Chapter 30, 198. In the Phantom Fox clan's estate in the Southern Heaven Territory, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory, welcomes the arrival of the emissary. Zhang Dongnan brought all the elders of the Phantom Fox clan out to welcome the emissary from the main clan in the Heavenly Territory, one of the 7 Upper Province. Yes, although Zhang Jin-yi was only a 10-direction celestial king, he was a direct descendant of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan. His bloodline was much purer compared to Zhang Dongnan and the others. Therefore, even though Zhang Jin-yi was a 10-direction celestial king, he only responded indifferently. "Emissary, please follow me." Following that, Zhang Dongnan led Zhang Jin-yi to the main hall of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Zhang Zhenhai was the only one who followed Zhang Dongnan. The other elders of the Phantom Fox clan did not follow them. That young man is the emissary from the main clan? How dare a mere 10 directions celestial king act so arrogantly in front of the clan leader? How despicable! An elder of the Phantom Fox clan said with a displeased expression on his face. Although he was aware of the existence of the main clan, he respected the clan leader of the branch clan the most. After all, the clan leader had saved his life. However, a junior from the main clan dared to act so arrogantly in front of the clan leader. Although the clan leader did not show any displeasure, he was still furious. "Sure, keep your voice down. That's the emissary from the main clan. Even if he kills you, the clan leader won't be able to do anything to him." The other elder of the Phantom Fox clan cautiously glanced at the 3 silhouettes in the distance before he said to the elder, "I wonder if he's strong enough to suppress that woman who's suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms' Ice Fox. Since the main clan sent him here, he must be strong. It'll be a joke if he can't suppress her. I wonder how the main clan will react." "I don't think that's possible." While the elders of the Phantom Fox clan were discussing among themselves, Zhang Jin-yi, a 10-direction celestial king from the main clan, was led by Zhang Dongnan to the main hall of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. "Emissary, how should I address you?" Zhang Dongnan asked with a smile on his face. "You don't deserve to know my name," Zhang Jin-yi said indifferently. His condescending attitude was obvious. "How dare you?" Hearing Zhang Jin-yi's words, Zhang Dongnan's face stiffened and his smile froze. Behind him, Zhang Zhenhai had already shouted. "Impudent!" Zhang Jin-yi indifferently glanced at Zhang Zhenhai, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "You're just an inferior member of a branch family, yet you dare to be arrogant in front of a direct descendant of the main family? A direct descendant of the main clan." Zhang Dongnan's pupils constricted, and when he looked at Zhang Jin-yi again, his eyes were filled with shock. Although he knew the main clan had sent a powerful 10 directions celestial king over, he didn't know the 10 directions celestial king was a direct descendant of the main clan. "Humph!" Hearing a cold snort, Zhang Dongnan's expression changed. He immediately moved to stop Zhang Jin-yi, who was about to attack Zhang Zhenhai. "Emissary, please show mercy." After stopping Zhang Jin-yi, Zhang Dongnan cupped his hands towards Zhang Jin-yi. At this moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat. A direct descendant of the main clan? And now, even Zhang Zhenhai, who was standing behind Zhang Dongnan, after hearing Zhang Jin-yi say that he was a direct descendant of the main family, his expression completely changed. Naturally, he knew what a direct descendant of the main clan represented. It was the highest bloodline in the Phantom Fox clan, second only to the legendary 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. "What? Are you trying to stop me?" Zhang Jin-yi stared coldly at Zhang Dongnan and asked sternly, "Do you know what price you have to pay to stop me?" "Emissary, I was raised by Elder Zhenhai since I was young. I can't just watch him die like that. Please show mercy, emissary," Zhang Dongnan said in a deep voice. "Since he's also a 10 directions celestial king, I'll give him a chance. As long as he can last 2 breaths of time, I'll spare his life." When Zhang Jin-yi discovered Zhang Jinhai was also a 10 Directions celestial king, his eyes flashed coldly as a sneer appeared on his face. 2 breaths of time? Zhang Dongnan was shocked. He did not expect Zhang Jin-yi would dare to make such a bold claim. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, who was widely acknowledged as invincible in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, would not be able to kill Elder Jinhai within 5 breaths of time, right? How could an emissary from a main clan make such a bold claim? Perhaps the emissary is just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation, Zhang Dongnan could not help but think to himself. Although Zhang Jin-yi was stronger than the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, he did not think the emissary would be able to kill Zhang Jinhai within 2 breaths of time. 2 breaths of time? Zhang Jinhai laughed. Just like Zhang Dongnan, he thought the emissary was just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Emissary, this way, please. Zhang Jinhai beckoned to Zhang Jin-yi before he led Zhang Jin-yi to the sky above the Phantom Fox clan's branch. Zhang Dongnan followed suit. Many of the Phantom Fox clan's members were confused when they saw this. Isn't that the patriarch? Elder Jinhai is here as well. The person who's fighting with Elder Jinhai is the emissary from the main clan? Elder Jinhai is going to spar with the emissary from the main clan. The leaders of the Phantom Fox clan were curious as they watched the battle. I'll give you 15 minutes to prepare. After 15 minutes, I'll remind you again before I make my move. Zhang Jin-yi looked at Zhang Jinhai indifferently as he said, at that time, if you can survive within 2 breaths of time, you'll be able to live. Otherwise, if you can't hold on for 2 breaths of time, you'll definitely die. Zhang Jin-yi's eyes were filled with disdain when he spoke. As soon as Zhang Jin-yi finished speaking, the atmosphere turned tense, causing the expressions of the Phantom Fox clan's members to change drastically. What's going on? Based on the emissary's words, it seems like he wants to kill Elder Jinhai. He wants to kill Elder Jinhai within 2 breaths of time? Is he really a 10 Directions celestial king? Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect wouldn't dare to make such a bold claim, right? I remember Elder Jinhai fought with the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. Elder Jinhai only lost after 6 breaths of time. Isn't the emissary from the main clan a 10 Directions celestial king? Isn't he a 10 Directions celestial king? While the clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan discussed among themselves, a group of elders from the Phantom Fox clan who had received the news quickly made their way over. What's going on? What's going on? The elders of the Phantom Fox clan were confused. They did not understand why the emissary from the main clan wanted to kill Elder Jinhai. Realization dawned on them when they heard Zhang Dongnan's words. As it turned out, Zhang Jinhai had offended the emissary. Most importantly, the emissary from the Phantom Fox clan was shocked. The emissary from the main clan was a direct descendant of the main clan. After all, he was a Phantom Fox with the purest bloodline. 2 breaths of time. It seems like the emissary is just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. It's impossible for him to kill Elder Jinhai within 2 breaths of time. Unless he's a celestial lord, it's impossible. The elders of the Phantom Fox clan were certain of this as well. After all, it was impossible for Zhang Jin-yi to kill Zhang Jinhai within 2 breaths of time. However, when Zhang Jin-yi reminded Zhang Jinhai and killed Zhang Jinhai in the blink of an eye, they realized how narrow-minded they were. At this moment, Zhang Jinhai remained in the same position as before he made his move. On the other hand, Zhang Jin-yi had appeared behind Zhang Jinhai at some point in time. Zhang Jinhai's eyes dimmed as his body exploded into a cloud of blood. I overestimated you. I can kill you in less than a breath's time. I only need 1 breath to kill you, Zhang Jin-yi said indifferently as he looked at Zhang Jinhai's body that had turned into a cloud of blood. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Even the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, Zhang Dongnan, was rendered speechless as though something was stuck in his throat. So this is the strength of a 10 Directions celestial king from the main clan? Zhang Dong Nan's heart trembled in fear. He was a celestial lord, so he could see how Zhang Jin-yi had made his move. Apart from that, he also witnessed Zhang Jin-yi using the innate skill that only the direct descendants of the Phantom Fox clan could master. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths in front of Zhang Jin-yi, right? After a moment, Zhang Dongnan was the first to come back to his senses and gasped. Although Zhang Dongnan was saddened by Zhang Jinhai's death and wanted to avenge him, he knew it was impossible for him to avenge Zhang Jinhai unless he wanted to die. Gasp! 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 At the same time, the elders and clansmen of the Phantom Fox clan gasped when they regained their senses. When everyone looked at Zhang Jini again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Envoy. In the end, Zhang Dongnan broke the silence and said, "With your strength, you should be invincible among those below the Celestial Lord Realm, right?" Invincible among those below the Celestial Lord Realm? Zhang Jin-yi looked at Zhang Dongnan indifferently and sneered. "You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. In fact, I'm only rank 3rd among the 10 Directions Celestial Kings in the Zhang clan, let alone the Phantom Fox clan's main clan." As soon as Zhang Jin-yi finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened in shock as an indescribable expression of shock appeared on his face. A 10 Directions Celestial King like Zhang Jin-yi was not the strongest 10 Directions Celestial King in the Phantom Fox clan. Moreover, there were 2 people stronger than him. This, for the first time, Zhang Dongnan felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 30, 199. 5 months later, in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the safe zones were in an uproar as the news spread. Heavens! The Tao scholar, profound sect's true disciple, Yen Ru-YV, eliminated Tang Pingshan from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect? Ever since Tang Pingshan ranked first in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he hasn't been eliminated before, right? Tang Pingshan is a peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of thunder to the rudimentary stage. How could he be defeated? Did Yen Ru-YV from the Tao scholar profound sect grow quickly, or did he conceal his strength? He actually eliminated Tang Pingshan. From today onward, Tang Pingshan's legend will be shattered. Yen Ru-YV will become a peerless prodigy in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Tang Pingshan, a disciple of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, was a peerless prodigy who had dominated the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for many years. However, he was eliminated today. He was eliminated by the Tao Scholar Profound sect's Yen Ru-YV. Yen Ru-YV was no stranger to those in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, since he was a true disciple of the Tao Scholar Profound sect and ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most importantly, Yen Ru-YV was younger than Tang Pingshan. Today he had defeated Tang Pingshan and ascended to the top. From today onward, the news of him defeating Tang Pingshan would spread like wildfire in the Southern Heaven territory. Somewhere in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a young man stood in the void. He wore a white robe and had a handsome appearance. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked extraordinarily scholarly. His temperament was outstanding, and he had an elegant demeanor. "Congratulations, you've gotten what you wanted and defeated Tang Pingshan. I, Chun-Li, am truly blessed to have a friend like you in this life." The refined young man smiled when he received the message. Then he sent a voice transmission to Chun-Li. "Chun-Li, how's the investigation going? Is Duan Lingtian, who's currently ranked 13th in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, the target of the mission that was cancelled 30 years ago?" The refined young man was none other than Yen Ru-YV, who had just defeated Tang Pingshan. a true disciple of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. Yan Ryu was also a childhood friend of Chun-Li, the son of Chun Yuanshan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull. If one were to ask who Yan Ryu cared about the most in this world, it would be Chun-Li, yes. According to He Sha, the sectless cultivator who was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, the Duan Lingtian in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. I can't believe he's already a 3 talents Celestial King. Moreover, he even has the strength to defeat the Black Fiend. According to the Black Fiend, although Duan Lingtian is only a 3 talents Celestial King, he has comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Chen Li replied via voice transmission. Where's the woman by his side, Huan? Have you found anything? According to my guess, the reason why he was able to enter the top 20 was because of that woman. Otherwise, it's impossible for a 3 talents Celestial King like him to have such a brilliant result in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Yan Ryu continued to send messages to Qin-Li. That woman is very mysterious. She only appeared in the profound Nether Mansion 30 years ago. Prior to that, she had a close relationship with Duan Lingtian in the Borderlands. At that time, she was already stronger than Duan Lingtian. Chun-Li replied, both of them are monstrous geniuses. If it weren't for your testimony, I would have suspected that there's something wrong with the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network. Yan Ryu sighed with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Initially, he had thought his innate talent was shocking. However, his innate talent was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's innate talent. Duan Lingtian had just turned 100 years old, but he was already a 3 talent Celestial King and had comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Huan was not even 100 years old, but she was already a 6 combo Celestial King and had comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Although the mission to kill Duan Lingtian has been cancelled, if you encounter him, I hope you can kill him for me. Chun-Li continued to say, I won't be able to calm down until he's dead. Don't worry, Yan Ryu said confidently. If I encounter him, he'll definitely die. I heard there's a new person in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who's ranked in the top 10? Chun-Li asked, changing the topic. That's right, Yan Ryu replied. That person is called Zhang Jini, and I don't know where he came from. After he entered, all the people that were eliminated by him died at his hands, and no one knows his background. He's very mysterious. Moreover, he's very strong. Even Tuaku, a true disciple of the Bodhi Zen sect, was killed by him. A hint of fear could be seen in Yan Ryu's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Tuaku, the true disciple from the Bodhi Zen sect, who has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth to the initial stage, and is said to have the strongest defense in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Chun-Li inhaled sharply. Rumor has it that even Tang Pingshan wouldn't be able to kill Tuaku if he insists on crushing his identity, jade, token, and leaving. That person called Qin-Jini, where did he come from? Although Chun-Li had only heard of Tuaku, he was familiar with Tuaku since Yan Ryu was familiar with him. Even if I'm confident I can kill him now, I won't be able to stop him if he insists on leaving, Yan Ryu said. Chun-Li nodded. If you say that, doesn't it mean that Zhang Jini's strength is not below yours? In fact, he's stronger than you? Chun-Li sucked in a breath of cold air again. It's not impossible. However, there's another possibility. Tuaku didn't know Zhang Jini and was killed by him due to his carelessness. Yan Ryu made her own judgment. If that's the case, then his strength might not be comparable to mine. Regardless, the fact that he's ranked in the top 10 means he's quite strong. Yan Ryu continued to speculate. In the profound Nether Mansion, in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, you're ranked 13th and 15th. Why didn't you stay in the upper realm and enter the top 10 as soon as possible? There's still a month left. The pavilion master of the imperial Tudor pavilion asked in confusion as he looked at Duan, Lingtian, and Huan, who had just been transported out of the upper realm. Something's not right. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a grim expression on his face. What's wrong? The old man asked. For months ago, a person called Zhang Jin suddenly appeared in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It's as though he appeared out of thin air. Before that, nobody had heard of him or knew of his existence. No one knew about him, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Currently, he's ranked 4th on the scoreboard. Even Tua Ku from the Bodhi Zen sect, who is said to have the strongest defense in the upper realm, was killed by Zhang Jin. Although it's possible Tua Ku's death was due to carelessness, it's highly unlikely. After all, before Zhang Jin killed Taku, he had already reached 9th place in the rankings. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he finished speaking. So, the old man asked again, I suspect Zhang Jin is from the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian replied, The Phantom Fox clan. The old man frowned before he shook his head decisively. It's impossible for such a person to exist in the Phantom Fox clan. What if he's not from the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory? What if he's from the main Phantom Fox clan outside the Southern Heaven territory? Duan Lingtian said boldly, with the convenience of the transporting formation, even if he's from the main Phantom Fox clan, he should be able to travel to the Southern Heaven territory in a short time. The main Phantom Fox clan? You're saying he's from the heavenly territory in the 7 Upper Province? The old man's eyes widened. Although I'm not certain it's possible. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? It's someone who hasn't appeared in the upper realm before, and his surname is Zhang. Duan Lingtian suspected Zhang Jin was from the main Phantom Fox clan. After all, Zhang Jin Yi's speed of accumulating points was much faster than his and Huan Er's. Therefore, he decided to leave the upper realm in advance. He and Huan did not plan to enter the top 10. Once the rankings were reset, he would enter the secret realm with Huan. Even if Zhang Jin was from the main Phantom Fox clan. Since he was ranked in the top 10, the secret realm he would enter would be different from the secret realm he and Huan would enter. Therefore, he did not have to worry about encountering Zhang Jin. Although Huan and Huan were not weak, they would only be able to enter the top 10 at most. Based on Zhang Jin's performance so far, even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Now that you mention it, it's true that we have to be on our guard. I really didn't expect that a kid like you would have such a high level of comprehension and have such a good brain. Even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was convinced by Duan Lingtian's words. In the Phantom Fox clan's estate in the Southern Heaven territory, Duan Lingtian and the woman by his side have left the upper realm through the transporting formation. Zhang Dongnan, who had just received a message, could not help but frown. After Zhang Yunting's death, Zhang Dongnan's son had been lurking in the safe zone to monitor the transporting formation. He had finally found Duan Lingtian and Huan, to leave the Southern Heaven territory. Therefore, he immediately sent a message to Zhang Dongnan. Zhang Jin refused to enter the upper realm under an assumed name. Now it seems like Duan Lingtian is suspicious of him. Chapter 30, 200. Zhang Jin had entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to meet Duan Lingtian and test if Huan was 1,000 phantoms ice fox from the Phantom Fox clan. Before entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Zhang Dongnan had suggested that Zhang Jin change his name, but Zhang Jin had ignored him. After receiving Zhang Dongnan's voice transmission, Zhang Jin did not linger in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since they're out, let's go to the profound Nether Mansion and test them. Zhang Jin said in a deep voice, Do you think the profound Nether Mansion, a mere grade 6 force, will dare to stop me? Upon hearing Zhang Jin's words, Zhang Dong Nan nodded in agreement. After all, the profound nether mansion would not dare to offend Zhang Jin Yi. With that, the duo made their way to the profound nether mansion. When the mansion master of the profound nether mansion learned about Zhang Jin Yi's identity, he was very cooperative and even brought Zhang Jin Yi to the imperial Tudor pavilion. However, in the imperial Tudor palace, there was only the palace master fishing. Other than him, there was no one else. Senior, where's Duan Lingtian and the woman next to him? Zhang Dong then asked respectfully. The pavilion master of the imperial Tudor pavilion in the profound nether mansion was as strong as some of the leaders of the 10 major clans. Even Zhang Dong then did not dare to act recklessly in front of the pavilion master of the imperial Tudor pavilion. They left 10 years ago, the old man said indifferently. The old man glanced at Zhang Dongnan and said, They left. Zhang Dongnan was dumbfounded. He thought Duan Ling Tian and Huan were sent to hide in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after the old man received the news. It did not cross his mind that they were no longer in the profound nether mansion. Zhang Dongnan had sent a message to Zhang Yunting's son to ask if Duan Ling Tian and Huan had entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, Zhang Yunting's son said he did not see Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian's names on the scoreboard did not change. This ruled out the possibility that Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian had crushed their identity jade tokens and teleported to another safe zone in the upper realm. The upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was different from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As long as one crushed their accumulative point jade, they would not be able to enter the upper realm again. As for the former, even if they were eliminated, they could still enter, but they would have to comprehend their identity jade token again and earn points from the beginning. Hearing the words of Zhang Yunting's son, Zhang Dongnan's face darkened. In that case, there was only one possibility. Indeed, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian were no longer in the profound nether mansion. They had entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm from somewhere else. Of course, there was another possibility. Before he and Zhang Jin Yi arrived, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had left the profound nether mansion's estate to hide. Or perhaps it was hidden in the small world within the imperial Tudor palace master's body. However, even if it was the latter, there was nothing they could do. Lord Envoy, it seems like they're no longer in the profound nether mansion. Zhang Dong then looked at Zhang Jini and said with a wry smile, If there's any news about that woman, inform me immediately. If I find out that you didn't report it, I won't let you off easily. Zhang Jin Yi looked at the mansion master of the profound nether mansion and the pavilion master of the imperial Tudor palace coldly before he tossed a soul pearl at the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. I'd like to see how a mere 10 directions celestial king, like you won't let me off easily. The old man tossed his fishing rod aside and looked at Zhang Jin Yi coldly as he said, I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation base to that of a 10 directions celestial king and fight you. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he made his move. Just as he had said, the old man suppressed his cultivation base to that of a 10 directions celestial king. However, the profundities he had comprehended far surpassed Zhang Jin Yi's. Even after Zhang Jin Yi cast the Phantom Fox Clan's Phantom Fox Clan's Phantom Fox Clan's Phantom Fox Clan's direct line of descent, he was still evenly matched with the old man. Old man, you're quite strong. With your strength, you'd be a leader in an ordinary grade 5 force. I wonder why you're fishing in a grade 6 force. Zhang Jin Yi was surprised that the old man managed to fight him to a draw even with his cultivation base suppressed. You're not from the Southern Heaven territory, right? It's impossible for a 10 directions celestial king like you to appear in the Southern Heaven territory. The old man looked at Zhang Jin Yi solemnly and asked, Of course, I'm from the heavenly territory. Zhang Jin Yi said proudly, Remember my words. If you have any news about that woman, send me a message as soon as possible. if I find out that you didn't report it to me. Even if I can't destroy the profound nether mansion with my strength, one of my uncles can easily destroy the profound nether mansion. Zhang Jin Yi continued to threaten Zhang Jin Yi before he left. Remember my name. My name is Zhang Jin Yi. Apart from that, I'm a direct line of descent from the Zhang clan in the Heavenly Territories Phantom Fox clan. Even the weakest of my uncles is a titled Celestial Lord. As soon as Zhang Jin Yi finished speaking, he took the lead and left. Zhang Dongnan followed closely behind him. After Zhang Dongnan and Zhang Jin Yi left the old man's side. I didn't expect the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory to have a 10 Directions Celestial King. His strength isn't something those two fellows can contend with. Even if they join forces, they won't be a match for him. Even the old man couldn't help but be surprised by Zhang Jinyi's strength. Grandmaster, where are they now? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked. They're hiding in my little world. As soon as the old man finished speaking, 2 figures appeared in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan. Earlier, Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the old man's little world. Unless one's cultivation base was higher than the old man's, it was impossible to detect Duan Lingtian and Huan, or after they entered the old man's little world. Did you see what happened earlier? The old man asked Duan Lingtian and Huan. Yes. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn. I didn't expect a 10 Directions Celestial King from the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory would be so strong. Even Tang Pingshan, the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 Battles Celestial Sect, wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against him. Even Yen Ruyu, the true disciple of the Dao Scholar Profound Sect, who replaced Tang Pingshan, wouldn't be a match for him. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Earlier, when the old man suppressed his cultivation base to fight Zhang Jin Yi, Duan Lingtian had seen everything. Their strength was on par with each other. Throughout the battle, the old man had used all the profundities he had comprehended. However, he did not gain the upper hand at all. However, his last 2 moves aren't profundities. They must be from the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian looked at Huan and asked, Huan do you see anything? Yes. Huan nodded. Brother Lingtian, that person used the Phantom Fox clan's innate illusory technique in the beginning. Later on, he used the innate ultimate skill that only the main Phantom Fox clan's members can master. However, those 2 methods are completely useless against me. We're 1,000 Phantom's Ice Foxes, and we have the supreme bloodline in the Phantom Fox clan. None of the Phantom Fox clan's techniques are effective against us. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian and the others were stunned. Now, I finally understand why they want to get rid of you. Once you grow stronger, you'll definitely be their nemesis. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. In that case, you won't have to suppress your strength to the level of a 10 Directions Celestial King to defeat him. The old man said, Even if we don't include those 2 methods of his, the current him is still not a match for the 2 of us if we were to encounter him. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Even if Zhang Jin Yi did not count his 2 techniques, the law of metal he had comprehended was not to be underestimated. He had comprehended all profundities from the law of metal, and he had even comprehended for profundities to the initial stage. Even if Duan Lingtian and Huan joined forces, they would still be no match for Zhang Jin Yi, unless, of course, Duan Lingtian used a Devata artifact. However, who knew if Zhang Jin Yi possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? In Duan Lingtian's hands, a Devata artifact was not much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian used a Devata artifact, Duan Lingtian and Huan would not be able to defeat Zhang Jin Yi. Since Duan Lingtian was not confident he could kill Zhang Jin Yi, he did not want to fight Zhang Jin Yi. For this reason, he could only avoid Zhang Jin Yi for now. You're right. The old man nodded. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face and said, "You're right, brat. When you left the upper realm, you said they might come. I didn't expect them to really come." Duan Lingtian had guessed Zhang Jinyi and Zhang Dongnan would come together. However, the events that transpired later proved his speculation right. It's expected. After all, I would have done the same if I were him. Duan Lingtian replied, "That may be the case, but not everyone is as meticulous as you." The old man sighed. "My confidence in you is growing. Perhaps you might really be able to avenge the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion." "Why? Did you not have confidence in me in the past, senior?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. After Zhang Dongnan and Zhang Jinyi left, Duan Lingtian did not hurry to bring Huan back to the upper realm. Instead, he waited for almost a month before he entered the upper realm. When Duan Lingtian entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was the day the scoreboard was reset. Huan, and I are ranked between the 11th and 30th place. We'll be able to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the upper realm to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. The Grade 1 Secret Realm was for those who ranked in the top 10. As for those ranked from the 31st to the 100th place, they would only be able to enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Mystic realms were all treasure-storing mystic realms. Even the treasures hidden inside were similar, but the difficulty of obtaining them differed greatly. The Grade 1 Secret Realm was the easiest to obtain. The Grade 2 Secret Realm was the second most difficult to obtain. Chapter 3201. Clan Leader. Duan Lingtian and that woman have entered the Grade 2 Secret Realm. I think they're going to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan entered the safe zone, Zhang Yunting's son, who was killed by Duan Lingtian and Huan, noticed them and immediately sent a message back to the Phantom Fox clan. Envoy. Zhang Dong then immediately sent a message to Zhang Jinyi, who was resting in the Phantom Fox clan's estate, to inform him that Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the upper realm of the Phantom Fox clan, the Grade 2 Secret Realm. This was Zhang Jinyi's first time in the Southern Heaven Territory, so he did not know much about the upper realm. Envoy. The scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will be refreshed every year. Before the scoreboard is refreshed, the top 100 people will be sent to the 3 secret realms. They are respectively the Grade 1, Grade 2, and Grade 3 secret realms. Zhang Dongnan explained, "If you enter the upper realm now, your identity jade token will send you to a location where you'll meet up with the other 9 participants when the scoreboard resets tomorrow." Since Zhang Jinyi was ranked in the top 10, he was allowed to enter the Grade 1 Secret Realm. Will I be able to meet the woman who's suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Grade 1 Secret Realm? Zhang Jinyi asked. No. Zhang Dongnan replied. The Grade 1 Secret Realm and the Grade 2 Secret Realm are separated. That woman and Duan Lingtian are allowed to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. You won't be able to meet them. If that's the case, I'm not interested in entering the upper realm. I'll enter the upper realm with a fake name the next time the upper realm opens and enter the same secret realm as them. Zhang Jinyi was not interested in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In fact, he was not interested in the treasures in the secret realms. To him, the Southern Heaven Territory was just a small place in the countryside. He had obtained treasures even before he became a celestial king. An ordinary royal grade celestial weapon? When he had just become an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, the clan had given him a royal grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive royal grade celestial weapon? He had obtained one when he had just become a celestial duke. As for immortal pills, immortal talismans, and the like, he had no lack of them. Moreover, he even possessed a celestial talisman that would allow him to escape from a titled celestial lord. Lord Envoy, I have a suggestion. While the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is being reset, we should kill a sexless cultivator who's always ranked at the top of the scoreboard. After the scoreboard is reset, you can use his name to obtain points in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Try your best to maintain your ranking as high as Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian so you can enter the secret realm with them a year later. After all, if you were to use your own name to enter, it would be too conspicuous. Also, it wouldn't be safe to use a random name. After all, no one would know who you are, and Duan Lingtian would inevitably become suspicious. Zhang Dongnan voiced his concerns. All right, we'll do as you say. Perhaps it was because he had suffered a loss the previous time, but this time, Zhang Jin-yi agreed without hesitation. However, I'm not familiar with the sexless cultivators. I'll leave the matter of finding and killing the sexless cultivators to you. As long as you agree, I'll take care of the rest. Zhang Dongnan sighed in relief when he saw Zhang Jin-yi had agreed to his suggestion. He was worried Zhang Jin-yi would be stubborn. Fortunately, Zhang Jin-yi was willing to listen to his advice. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huan, I had been in the upper realm for a day. The scoreboard would be reset in an hour. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Huan were standing at the edge of the safe zone. No one dared to provoke them. After all, everyone knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were very strong. One of them was ranked 11th, while the other was ranked 15th. In other words, they were not weak at all. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there were very few people who were stronger than them. That person, Duan Lingtian, looked at the corner of the safe zone and saw a person looking at him and Huan, from time to time. Duan Lingtian recognized the person. In fact, this was the third time they had met. Furthermore, they were all in the safe zone. Huan, is that person from the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Lingtian asked. Although Duan Lingtian could sense Zhang Yunting's aura was similar to the Phantom Fox clan's Zhang Yunting, he did not expect Zhang Yunting to be so strong. However, he was not certain. As 1,000 phantoms ice fox from the Phantom Fox clan, Huan would be able to tell if the person was from the Phantom Fox clan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan's eyes followed Duan Lingtian's gaze. When Duan Lingtian looked away, Huan's divine consciousness had already landed on Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, he's from the Phantom Fox clan. Huan was certain Duan Lingtian was from the Phantom Fox clan. As expected, Duan Lingtian smiled. I was wondering why Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, has such a keen sense of smell. As it turns out, he has a spy here. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not do anything to Zhang Dongnan even though he knew Zhang Dongnan was a spy. Moreover, no one was allowed to make a move in the safe zone. It didn't take long for an hour to pass. Meanwhile, the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm froze for about 15 minutes before it returned to 0. Apart from the safe zones, those who were in the top 100 in the previous year's scoreboard were sent away as well. They were divided into 3 groups and sent to 3 different places. One of the groups consisted of those who were in the top 10. They were sent to a spacious cave. However, there were only 9 of them in the group. Why are there only 9 people? Where's the other one? The 9 people looked at each other in confusion when they realized they were new to each other. Zhang Jin-yi, he didn't come in. It did not take long for someone to confirm this. That Zhang Jin-yi, I don't know where he came from. Even Ta Ku of the Bodhi Zen sect died at his hands. A middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe sighed. Tuai, Tua Ku is your senior brother. Did he send a message back to the Bodhi Zen sect before he was killed by Zhang Jin-yi? A handsome young man wearing a white robe with a folding fan in his hand asked a young monk wearing a black and white cassock. He had an elegant demeanor and was extraordinarily handsome. The white-clad young man was none other than Yen Ruyu, the true disciple of the Tao scholar Profound sect. He was also the first on the scoreboard in the previous year. He was the one who broke the legend of Tang Pingshan the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, and became the new peerless prodigy in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If Yen Ryu could maintain his status, he would become a legend as well. Senior Tuaku did manage to send a message before he died. The young monk called Tuayi shook his head and smiled bitterly. If Senior Tuaku had time to send a message, he would have crushed his identity jade token and fled. Come to think of it, even he did not expect that he would be killed. Upon hearing Tuaye's words, realization dawned on Yen Ryu. Yen Ryu, you're the strongest among us now. If Zhangjin Yi was in front of you, would you be able to eliminate him? A handsome young man asked as he looked at Yen Ryu with a smile. Based on the young man's words, it was clear he was very close to Yen Ryu. He was none other than Ouyangyu Hao, the son of the sect leader of the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect. He was one of the few male disciples in the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect. He was also a true disciple of the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect. Beside him, a woman was holding his hand. The woman was beautiful and had a graceful figure, standing in the middle of a group of men. She was like a crane among a flock of chickens. She was none other than Ouyangyu Wei, the former most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She was also a true disciple of the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect. She and Ouyangyu Hao were fraternal twins. She was the younger sister, while Ouyangyu Hao was the older brother. However, the two of them did not have much in common. Ouyangyu Wei looked delicate, while Ouyangyu Hao looked masculine. I'm not confident. Yen Ryu waved the fan in his hand and shook his head. At the very least, I won't be able to kill Tuaku even if I defeat him. Indeed, the others agreed with Yen Ryu's words. Tuaku's defense is the strongest in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of us might be able to defeat him, but we won't be able to kill him. I wonder where Zhangjin Yi came from. Why is he so strong? More and more people were puzzled by Yen Ryu's words. After talking about Zhangjin Yi for a while, the crowd gradually changed the topic. In the end, a tall and burly young man looked at Ouyangyu Wei and said with a smile, Junior Sister Yue, I heard that everyone who has met you said you're not as strong as her. Moreover, she's quite strong as well. It's her first time entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but she's ranked 15th. I heard that the man next to her, Duan Ling Tian, is weak. He only managed to rank so high because she helped him. The burly young man was none other than Ho Tongxian, a true disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet her. Ouyangyu Wei narrowed her eyes slightly as a smile appeared on her face. Let's see if she's as peerless as the rumors say. Ho Tongxian, it's a big mistake to underestimate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is no ordinary person. Yen Ryu looked at Ho Tongxian and shook his head. 30 years ago, he was still a tyrant in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 30 years later, he's already ranked 13th in the upper realm. Do you think he's as weak as you say? Yen Ryu knew Duan Lingtian better than anyone else. In fact, before Duan Lingtian joined the Profound Nether Mansion and joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans of the Profound Nether Mansion, Yen Ryu had heard about Duan Lingtian. Naturally, at that time, Yen Ryu did not think much of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3202. Wait a minute. Yen Ryu, are you saying Duan Lingtian and the Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion are the same person? Ho Tongxian was shocked when he heard Yen Ryu's words. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The others were also shocked by Yen Ryu's words. Are you serious? That's too shocking. He was only a 10 Directions Celestial Duke 30 years ago, and now he's ranked 13th in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Yen Ryu, are you sure? At this moment, The other 7 people looked at Yen Ruyu with an incredulous expression on their faces. Why would I lie to you? Yen Ruyu shook her head. I can tell you, this is 100% true. If you see him in the future, you can ask him about it. This is unbelievable. Someone who was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 30 years ago has already made a name for himself in the upper realm. Ho Tongxian sighed. Humph. In my opinion, he must have relied on the woman next to him. With his strength, he's definitely not strong enough to rank 13th, a young man dressed in a green robe scoffed. Hulei, we shouldn't jump to conclusions before we know the truth. That Duan Lingtian is not as simple as he seems, Yen Ruyu said. Although Yen Ruyu did not know Duan Lingtian, he had watched Duan Lingtian rise to prominence. What, do you know him well? Hulei, a lineal disciple of the Hu clan, one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory, asked Yen Ruyu. Not really. However, how could someone who managed to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from a reincarnated celestial emperor be simple? Yen Ruyu asked as he looked at Hulei intently. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Upon hearing Yen Ruyu's words, not only Hulei, but the others were stunned as well. Is that true? Although I've heard about it from my seniors, I thought it was fake. Which one of the reincarnations of immortal emperors isn't a shrewd person? How could someone steal the heaven, sacrificial, divine fruit? Whether you believe it or not, I don't really believe it. Everyone shook their heads. It's true. I have a friend, Yen Ryu said. He's the son of Chun Yuanshan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Back then, he vouched for someone and accepted the mission to target the Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even though he's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the assassins sent by the Blood Skull Gang were much stronger than him. You should know that even the weakest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang is a one basic celestial king. Of course, he didn't kill the Blood Skull assassin with his own strength. Let's not talk about that for now. However, he did obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In just a few years, he managed to become a 10 directions celestial duke from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Upon hearing Yen Ryu's words, the expressions of the other 8 people turned grim immediately. They knew there was no reason for Yen Ryu to lie. It seems like Duan Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't be confident he'd be able to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Since a reincarnated celestial emperor wants to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he must be well prepared. In the history of the Devata realms, there have been cases of reincarnated celestial emperors seizing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, most of the time the person who seizes the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is a reincarnated celestial emperor. Moreover, the reincarnated celestial emperor was much stronger than the person who severed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'm very interested in him now. I hope I'll have a chance to meet him in the future. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the top 10 people in the Grade 1 Secret Realm, including Yen Ryu, who was ranked first, were talking about him. Currently, he was in the Grade 2 Secret Realm with Huan. Around them, there were another 28 people. There was a spacious hall in the Grade 2 Secret Realm. However, the hall was sealed from top to bottom. There was no exit at all. It seems like we'll have to wait for a while before the Grade 2 Secret Realm officially opens. Previously, Duan Lingtian had learned from the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion about the secret realms in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After entering the secret realm, they would have to wait for about an hour before the secret realm officially opened. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Huan, and a few other people, the rest of the people in the hall were separated from each other. The atmosphere was rather tense. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan, from time to time. It was obvious they were curious about the duo. Duan Lingtian and Huan could be considered as famous people in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, not everyone would be able to rank in the top 20 on their first attempt at entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This is my first time entering the Grade 2 Secret Realm. I've only been to the Grade 3 Secret Realm before. Brother, do you know what we should pay attention to in the Grade 2 Secret Realm? One of the middle-aged men asked the other middle-aged man standing next to him curiously. However, the other middle-aged man merely glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head. In the Grade 2 Secret Realm, everyone was a competitor. Unless they knew each other, they would not lend a helping hand. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Rumble, rumble. With a series of rumbling sounds, a door opened in every direction of the hall. There were a total of 4 doors. 19 figures flew out of the 4 doors at lightning speed and disappeared from the 4 doors in just a blink of an eye. HM? At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered those who were in a hurry to leave the hall were looking at him. These people, who were strangers to each other, were now looking at him and Huan in unison. Swoosh! 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 The sound of a gust of wind rang in the air as the remaining 9 people surrounded Duan Lingtian and Huan. All of them glared at Duan Lingtian and Huan. Everyone, what's the meaning of this? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He did not know any of these people, and yet they were attacking him and Huan. You can leave, but this woman must stay. The only woman among the 9 people was dressed in a tight red leather jacket. She stared at Huan coldly as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. HM? Huan looked at the woman in confusion when she heard her words. She did not understand why this woman, whom she had never met before, was targeting her. Why? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as his gaze turned cold. He did not care if these people were targeting him. However, he would not allow them to target Huan. Brat, do you know who she is? A middle-aged man among the 9 glanced at the red-clothed woman and asked with a chuckle. She's Jun Xiuhe, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Jun Wangqin, whom the woman beside you killed earlier, is her younger brother, another old man said with a grin. I see. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. As it turned out, these people were here to seek revenge. You're quite capable to have so many people helping you. Duan Lingtian looked at Jun Xiuhe in surprise. You must have paid a hefty price to get these people to help you, right? If there were only 1 or 2 people helping Jun Xiuhe, it might be because she had a wide network of friends. However, there were 8 people who were ranked in the top 30 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who were helping Jun Xiuhe. Therefore, Jun Xiuhe must have promised them something. I don't mind paying a hefty price as long as I can avenge my brother, Jun Xiuhe sneered. Jun Xiuhe sneered as she glared at Huan. It was as though she could not wait to kill Huan, to avenge her younger brother. You only have yourself to blame for your younger brother's death. I'll give you a chance to scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. I'd like to see how merciless all of you are. Jun Xiuhe sneered again. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved like a bolt of lightning toward Huan. Purple lightning coiled around her body, making her look like a god of thunder, majestic and awe-inspiring. It was clear she had comprehended the law of thunder. Swoosh! Just as Jun Xiuhe moved, a long whip appeared in her hand. The whip was crimson and was surrounded by electric snakes. It swept through the void, causing the air to stagnate. Swoosh! 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 After Jun Xiuhe made her move, the other 8 people made their moves as well. Since they had received benefits from Jun Xiuhe, it was only natural for them to help her. Huan, there's no need to show mercy. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent when he saw the 9 people attacking him. His celestial origin energy that contained the space elemental profundity surged out of his body as he said in a deep voice, "All right, brother Ling Tian." Huan. Er's eyes flashed with killing intent when she sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huan disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were already outside the encirclement of the 9 people. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Huan spread out. 4 of you go and kill that brat. The rest of you, help me kill this little b******. Jun Qiao, he ordered her subordinates before she made her move again. She flicked her whip and charged toward Huaner. For people charged toward Duan Lingtian. The rest of them went to help Huan. Since all of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wishes. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he saw the 4 people charging at him menacingly. He no longer teleported away. Instead, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as his spatial domain spread out. The 4 people were instantly shrouded by the spatial domain. Shackle. With just a thought in Duan Lingtian's mind, the 4 of them were trapped in a square cage that was burning with golden flames. Chapter 3203. A mere 3 talents celestial king wants to trap us? What a joke! I can break your spatial shackles with a wave of my hand. The 4 people who were trapped by the golden flames did not seem to care at all when they saw the square cage shrouded in golden flames. In the next moment, they launched their attacks in an attempt to break free from the cage. Cross-dimensional slash. As soon as the 4 of them made their moves, with just a thought from Duan Lingtian, 3 spatial tears appeared outside the cage. It was as though 3 spatial beasts had opened their bloody mouths. In the next moment, buzz, 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 3 blurry rays of light shot out from the spatial rifts, leaving a trail of golden flames in their wake. Teleport. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. The 3 blurry rays of light were instantly teleported into the cage that was shrouded in golden flames. The 4 people in the cage continued to attack the cage as they tried to defend themselves against the cross-dimensional slash that had suddenly appeared in the cage. At this moment, the 4 people took out their celestial weapons. They were all royal-grade celestial weapons. An illusory image appeared on each of their bodies. It was either an armor illusory image, a vest illusory image, or a cape illusory image. These were the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons they were wearing. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was only a 3 talents celestial king, they still felt threatened by the sudden attack from the cross-dimensional slash profundity. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3 cross-dimensional slash shot toward 3 of the 4 people in the cage, locking them in place. The 3 people in the cage attacked the 3 cross-dimensional slash. They thought their attacks would be able to block the 3 cross-dimensional slash. When their attacks were annihilated, only the golden flames on the dimensional slash were extinguished. The dimensional slash continued to fly toward them. Their expressions changed completely. This is bad. How can he be so strong? The 3 people's expressions changed drastically. At the same time, the 4 people's attacks landed on the cage as well. Similarly, their attacks only managed to extinguish the golden flames on the cage. After the golden flames were extinguished, the spatial energy continued to restrain them. Whoosh! Just as the 4 of them were preparing for the next wave of attacks with all their might, an ear-piercing sword whistle sounded in their ears. At some point in time, Duan Lingtian had already arrived outside the cage, standing parallel to the 4 people. He swung the sword in his hand horizontally, bringing out a 7-colored sword light. Duan Lingtian had not used the 7 orifices exquisite sword for a long time. Although the 7 orifices exquisite sword had not completely merged with the artifact soul, its power had increased by quite a bit. Not good. What kind of a mortal weapon is that? When the 4 people who were imprisoned heard the sound of the sword, they hurriedly came back to their senses. By the time they realized that the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was extraordinary, it was already too late. Whoosh! The 7-colored sword Qi that was capable of annihilating everything in its path killed all 4 of them. They did not even have the chance to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, none of them had the chance to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the southern heaven ancient realm. While Duan Lingtian killed the 4 people, Huan Er's Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring had also killed the 5 people who had besieged her. Although the 9 people who had besieged Duan Lingtian and Huan had comprehended all the profundities from a law, some of them had even comprehended 2 profundities to the initial stage. However, the profundities that those who had comprehended profundities to the initial stage were only ordinary profundities. Therefore, their overall strength was mediocre. Their strength was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. In the end, all 9 of them were annihilated by the duo. Huan Er, let's go. Duan Lingtian beckoned Huan Er as the 7 orifices, exquisite, sword merged with his body again. Then the 2 of them made their way to one of the doors at the side of the main hall. Inside the main hall, corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian casually collected the 9 people's spatial rings. The Wind, Thunder, Tao sect was one of the 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven territory. At this moment, a furious roar rang from one of the palaces in the Wind, Thunder, Tao sect. Here! At the next moment, outside the palace, under the gazes of a group of Wind, Thunder, Tao sect's disciples, an old figure flew out from the side hall. His expression was extremely ugly. The old man was none other than Jun Chongshan, the vice hall master of the Wind, Thunder, Tao sect's enforcement hall. What's going on this time? Why is Vice Hall Master Jun so angry? I remember something similar happened a few months ago. At that time, Vice Hall Master Jun's great-grandson, Jun Wangqin, was killed in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I heard that after Jun Wangqin's death, his sister, Jun Qiuhe, has been searching everywhere for people with high rankings in order to avenge Jun Wangqin's death in the ranking secret realm of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Based on the time, they should be in the ranking secret realm now, right? Don't tell me something happened to Jun Qiuhe as well. Many shocked gazes fell on Jun Chongshan. A group of Wind, Thunder, Tao sect disciples whispered to each other. They could not help but suspect that something had happened to Jun Qiuhe. Vice Hall Master Jun, what's going on? Another muscular figure appeared in the sky and asked as he looked at Jun Chongshan. It's Wu Gang, the Vice Hall Master of Hidden Edge Hall. Many disciples from the Wind, Thunder, Tao sect recognized the muscular middle-aged man who had appeared in the sky. At this moment, the 2 men standing in the sky were celestial lords from the Wind, Thunder, Tao sect. As the 2 of them stood there, the anger on the old man's body soared to the heavens, causing the nearby Wind, Thunder, Tao sect disciples to feel a slight pressure. Qiuhe has died, Jun Chongshan said in a low voice. Jun Chongshan said in a deep voice as he clenched his fists. His celestial origin energy pulsed involuntarily from his body, emitting waves of awe-inspiring aura. Many disciples from the Wind, Thunder, Tao sect with lower cultivation bases were horrified. They quickly flew away from Jun Chongshan. What? Wu Gang's eyes widened slightly. Jun Qiuhe, he is dead. While Wu Gang was still in shock, Jun Chongshan had already flown away. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from everyone's sight. Jun Qiuhe, is she really dead? Heavens, did we really guess it right? That woman called Huan in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm actually killed Jun Qiuhe, he who had a group of helpers? How terrifying! With her strength, I'm sure she's definitely ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Vice Hall Master June seems to be heading toward Vice Sect Leader Ho's residence. In my opinion, he's probably going to look for Vice Sect Leader Ho to ask Senior Brother Ho Tongxian to avenge Jun Qiu, he and Jun Wangqin. While the disciples of the Wind, Thunder, Dao sect were whispering among themselves, the Deputy Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Jun Chongshan, had arrived at the residence of the Deputy Sect Leader of the Wind, Thunder, Dao sect, Ho Jin. Vice Sect Leader, please ask Ho Tongxian to avenge my great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Jun Chongshan bowed as soon as he saw Ho Jin. It was as though he would not stand up if Ho Jin did not agree to his request. Vice Hall Master Jun, please stand up first, Ho Jin said. After listening to Jun Chongshan's explanation, Ho Jin finally understood what had happened. You mean, Jun Qiu, he found 8 people who were ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but they were all killed by that woman called Huan. Vice Hall Master Jun, is there a mistake? Perhaps Jun Qiuha died in the trial of the ranked secret realm. Ho Jin speculated. Impossible. Jun Chongshan shook his head decisively. Before Huan killed that woman, she had sent me a message. However, she died not long after she sent the message. At that time, everyone in the Grade 2 secret realm had left. Only Huan, her helper, and the young man next to her, Duan Ling Tian, were left in the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian explained. Jun Chongshan said, Who did Jun Qiu he find? Do you know? Ho Jin asked. I know. I've contacted a few of those people's elders that I can contact. They were all killed. Jun Chongshan's expression was unsightly. Ho Jin's eyes widened when he heard Jun Chongshan's words. If those 2 people really killed them, I'm afraid they're not much weaker than my son, Ho Tongxian. Vice Hall Master Jun, I'll send a message to my son, but I can't guarantee he'll be able to kill them. Ho Jin said, Vice Sect Leader Jun, if even Ho Tongxian can't kill them, I can only accept it. Jun Chongshan said through gritted teeth. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Ho Tongxian, who had separated from the others and was exploring the Grade 1 secret realm by himself, suddenly received a message from his father. Duan Lingtian and Huan killed Jun Qiu he? Moreover, Jun Qiu he had gathered 8 people to kill Jun Qiu he? It had to be said that when Ho Tongxian received this message, he was completely shocked. Jun Qiu, he was not weak to begin with. Moreover, the people she gathered were all ranked in the top 30 on the scoreboard. They were not weak at all. However, these 9 people were completely annihilated by Duan Ling Tian and Huan. Father, if this is true, I'm not confident, Ho Tongxian said in a deep voice. If there's a chance, we'll test them. Of course, don't kill them at first. As far as I know, those 2 aren't people who kill indiscriminately. They won't kill unless they're trying to kill them, Ho Tongxian said. Ho Jin said. This was the reason he agreed to Jun Chongshan's request. He knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were not people who killed indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would not have risked his precious son's life. It's not a problem to test them. Ho Tongxian sighed in relief. At the same time, his eyes glinted as he sent a message. Yan Ruyu, how much do you know about Duan Lingtian and the woman by his side, Yin? Chapter 3204. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the Grade 2 Secret Realm. Brother Lingtian, where should we go now? After leaving the main hall, Duan Lingtian and Huan were greeted by a vast and boundless world. Now, even if they looked back, they wouldn't be able to see the hall they were in just now. It was as if they had appeared in a completely new world the moment they walked out of the door of the palace. Furthermore, they had merged with this world. Let's go wherever we want. Duan Lingtian smiled. Huan, you can go wherever you want. There were many fortuitous encounters in Grade 2 secret realms, such as celestial weapons, celestial pills, celestial fruits, and celestial talismans. However, Duan Lingtian only wanted celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise his cultivation base. It was extremely difficult for celestial kings to obtain celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base. Even if such a thing existed, it was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the Southern Heaven Territory. Naturally, there were many celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to break through from a 1 basic celestial king to a 3 talents celestial king in just 30 years was because the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had given him many celestial pills and celestial fruits. He had given half of them to Huan Er. Even if he did not give half of them to Huan Er, his current cultivation base would still not reach the level of a 4 phenomenons celestial king. The gap between a 3 talents celestial king and a 4 phenomenon celestial king was as wide as a chasm. "Brother Lingtian, let's go this way," Huan Er said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the direction to his right. "All right." Duan Lingtian did not ask any questions. He led Huan Er to the right. Along the way, he extended his divine consciousness to search for fortuitous encounters. The Grade 2 secret realms in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were filled with both fortuitous encounters and risks. In fact, one's life might be in danger here. Naturally, the more valuable an item was, the more dangerous it was. For example, defensive royal grade celestial weapons were protected by powerful formation spirits in the secret realms of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The formation spirit was a spirit body condensed by the formation. It was extremely powerful. Although his cultivation base was only a 10 directions celestial king, the profundities he comprehended were not inferior to the profundities in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Generally speaking, when encountering this kind of a race spirit, many people would choose to join forces. However, even though it's dangerous in the ranked secret realm, you can still crush your identity jade token and leave. Duan Lingtian had heard the Imperial Tudor Palace master mention this before. Of course, once he crushed the identity jade token and left, he would not be able to enter again. It was equivalent to giving up this opportunity to explore the ranked secret realm. "Big brother Lingtian, there's a sound in front." After traveling for about 2 hours, Duan Lingtian pointed at a group of volcanoes in the distance and said, "There's no need to worry about that." Right now, the 2 of them were standing on a barren desert. In the distance, there was a group of volcanoes. In the center of the volcanoes, flames were constantly erupting. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not hear the sound. Nevertheless, he still led Huan Er forward. After traveling for a while, they finally heard the sound. Boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, he could vaguely see figures flashing in the center of the volcanoes. Apart from a few figures, there was a huge figure in the center of the volcanoes as well. However, it did not look human at all. The Imperial Tudor Palace Master continued to say, "In the ranked secret realm, as long as there's a commotion, it means a treasure is about to appear. The stronger the formation spirit, the more valuable the treasure is. Some of the treasures in the secret realms are things that even the 10 great clans and 5 great sects yearn for. Of course, there aren't many of those treasures." The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's words seemed to echo in Duan Lingtian's ears as his eyes lit up. It seems like the treasure that the formation spirit is guarding is not simple. Duan Lingtian speculated that the huge figure in the center of the volcanoes was the formation spirit guarding the treasure. Based on how the formation spirit was evenly matched with the few figures, it was obvious that the formation spirit was not weak. "Huan Er, let's go." Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand as he teleported 10,000 meters away from where they were. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt 1/3 of his celestial origin energy had been depleted. With my current celestial origin energy, it's still difficult for me to cast the teleportation profundity to the initial stage. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the initial stage. With this, he could travel 10,000 meters with just a teleportation profundity. However, it would take a lot of celestial origin energy to travel 10,000 meters with the teleportation profundity at the initial stage. This amount of celestial origin energy was nothing to a celestial lord. However, it was a huge burden to a celestial king. For example, Duan Lingtian was only a 3 talents celestial king. Even so, he had to consume 1/3 of his celestial origin energy to teleport 10,000 meters away. On the other hand, if he only used teleportation to travel a distance of 100 meters, 1,000 meters, or even 10,000 meters, he wouldn't need to use so much celestial origin energy. After traveling 10,000 meters, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived above the volcanoes. At this moment, they could clearly see the figures in the distance. There were 3 people in total, and they were fighting a flaming rock giant. The rock giant's body emitted a scorching aura. Moreover, it was red in color, as though it had just been taken out of a furnace. These 3 people, Duan Lingtian looked at the 3 people. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other 2 were young men. He had seen them when he first entered the Grade 2 secret realm. However, at this moment, they were once again at a disadvantage in the face of the flame giant's attack. Swoosh! The flaming rock giant's fist that was the size of a small mountain swept through the air, carrying with it a vast amount of celestial origin energy that was boosted with the fire elemental profundity. Its fist contained most of the profundities from the law of fire, and it even contained profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage. The explosion profundity and the burning profundity, they're both at the initial stage. Before Duan Lingtian comprehended the law of space, he had comprehended the law of fire. With just a glance, he could tell how powerful the law, the flaming rock giant, was. The flame giant was much stronger than any of the 9 people who had died at his hands. Although some of the 9 people had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage, they were only profundities that did not have much of a presence. The profundities that did not have much of a presence were not as powerful as the profundities that did not have much of a presence. For example, the law of fire's explosion, profound meaning, and the law of fire's burning, profound meaning, were the main offensive, profound meanings of the law of fire. Those who had comprehended these 2 profound meanings to the initial realm would be considered top-notch existences. Bang! The flaming rock giant's fist was about to land on the weakest person. However, at this critical moment, the weakest person took out his identity jade token and crushed it before disappearing into thin air. The flaming rock giant's fist missed its target and smashed into a nearby volcano, causing it to tremble violently. The entire group of volcanoes shook like an earthquake. Retreat! The expressions of the 2 survivors changed drastically as they hastily retreated. The flaming rock giant only calmed down after they were out of the range of the towering flames. The flaming rock giant was slowly submerged in the towering flames. It was as though it was never there. At this moment, the 2 survivors who had retreated looked at the bottom of the towering flames with an unwilling expression on their faces. The treasure is down there. Duan Lingtian brought Huan, or closer when he sensed the duo's attention. With just a glance, he saw a towering plant under the towering flames. It was still as green as ever, even as the flames burned it. 5 fiery red fruits could be seen on the plant. They were celestial fruits. Upon closer inspection, one could also see that there were blue veins on the ground. On the surface of each of the 5 fiery red fruits, there were 3 fine blue lines that were faintly discernible under the contrast of the flames. These are flaming green striped fruits? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Moreover, there are 5 of them. With my current cultivation base, I'll be able to break through and become a 4-phenomenon celestial king in a short time if I consume 2 of them. The flaming green striped fruit was a celestial fruit that could raise the cultivation base of a celestial king. If a 1 basic celestial king consumed 2 flaming green striped fruits, he would be able to break through and become a 2-form celestial king in a short time. The higher the cultivation base of a celestial king, the less effective the flaming green striped fruit would be. For example, a 9 palaces celestial king would not be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial king in a short time, even if he consumed 10 flaming green striped fruits. Even if the flaming green striped fruit could be consumed multiple times, its efficacy would not decrease. Flaming green striped fruits. Juan recognized the flaming green striped fruits as soon as Duan Lingtian recognized them. As a 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she had inherited the memories of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox as well. There are 5 flaming green striped fruits. Duan Lingtian was excited. Although he had obtained many similar cultivation resources in the profound Nether Mansion, none of them could compare to the flaming green striped fruits. The flaming green striped fruits were extremely rare. Even the 10 major clans and 5 major sects might not have them, let alone the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, the 2 celestial kings finally noticed Duan Lingtian and Juan Er's presence. Their eyes lit up immediately as they flew toward Duan Lingtian and Juan. Gentlemen, why don't we work together to obtain the flaming green striped fruits? Not interested. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 celestial kings indifferently. Now, you can either leave this place or crush your identity jade tokens and leave. You have 5 breaths to think about it. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Chapter 3205. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the 2 men changed drastically. Sir, even if you don't want to join forces with us, you don't have to do this, right? Don't you think you've gone overboard? The middle-aged man's face sank as he asked coldly. The young man next to him had an unsightly expression on his face as well. However, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. After all, he knew that the man and woman in front of him were ranked 13th and 15th on the scoreboard, respectively. On their side, although the person beside him was ranked 12th on the scoreboard, he was only ranked 19th on the scoreboard. You don't have the ability to obtain the flaming green striped fruits. Are you planning to stay here and take advantage of me? Duan Lingtian sneered. Sir, you're saying the 2 of you can obtain the flaming green striped fruits? The young man inhaled sharply when he heard this. He had personally experienced how terrifying the formation spirit was earlier. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they still could not defeat the spirit. However, the purple-clad young man before him seemed confident he could obtain the flaming green striped fruits. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a hint of fear could be seen in the middle-aged man's eyes. However, he did not show any intention of leaving. In fact, a hint of greed could be seen in the depths of his eyes. You still have 3 breaths left. Duan Lingtian reminded the middle-aged man in a deep voice. Sir, it's best to leave some leeway for mortals. The middle-aged man's expression was slightly unsightly. Brother Lingtian, you're not leaving? If that's the case, don't leave. Juan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, teleported behind the middle-aged man when she saw he had no intention of leaving. In the next moment, the law of space's restraining profundity appeared and imprisoned the middle-aged man. Rip, rip, rip. 3 spatial tears appeared in the air as the 3 cross-dimensional /profundity were sent into the space where the middle-aged man was imprisoned. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When the middle-aged man regained his senses, the 3 cross-dimensional /profundity were only 10 meters away from him. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and his celestial origin energy swept out from his body. The celestial artifact in his hand shook, and he made a move to block the three-dimensional decapitators. After blocking the three-dimensional slashes, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, a cry of alarm came from beside him. "Be careful!" The person who cried out in alarm was none other than the young man standing next to the middle-aged man. He had seen Juan unleash various techniques before she took out a celestial artifact and threw it at the middle-aged man. The yin-yang nine-water chestnut ring flashed through the air, leaving behind a beam of two-colored light. When it neared the sealed space, it disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in the confinement space. No, this time the middle-aged man only had time to block the second attack. Moreover, it was an attack from an immortal weapon. The result was obvious. The middle-aged man's hand was crushed by the yin-yang nine-water chestnut ring, and then he died under the yin-yang nine-water chestnut ring. After killing the middle-aged man, Juan casually put away the middle-aged man's spatial ring. Then she teleported to Duan Lingtian's side and handed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, she held Duan Lingtian's hand, looking meek and obedient. The young man's eyes widened when he saw the young woman standing before him. At the same time, he felt a chill running up his spine. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that such a meek and beautiful woman could be so decisive. "You have one breath left," Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the young man indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words entered the young man's ears, it jolted him back to his senses. He hastily turned around and fled. The young man did not even dare to look back as he fled. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from Duan Lingtian and Juan Er's sight. After the young man left, Duan Lingtian said to Juan, with a smile on his face, "Juan Er, you stay here and watch over the formation. I'll go and retrieve the flaming green, striped fruits." In truth, even if the two formation elders had stayed behind, Duan Lingtian would not have allowed them to snatch the flaming green, striped fruits from him. He had chased them away because he did not want them to know too much about him. For example, the 7 orifices exquisite sword. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat the formation spirit without the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Juan Er was strong enough to defeat the formation spirit, but if he was alone, it would be difficult for him to deal with the 2 formation spirits without the 7 orifices exquisite sword. If he used the 7 orifices exquisite sword and the 2 formation spirits left, news of him possessing the 7 orifices exquisite sword would spread like wildfire. Naturally, they would not be able to tell that the 7 orifices exquisite sword was a divine weapon. However, they would still think that it was an emperor-grade celestial weapon. It would not be a good thing for him to have an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Juana nodded. She obediently let go of Duan Lingtian's hand and watched as Duan Lingtian stepped into the flames. "It's really hot. No wonder the formation spirit, who has comprehended the law of fire, is so fast. He can even use the fire elemental profundity in this place." There was a profundity from the law of fire called the fire elemental profundity. The fire elemental profundity was very difficult to comprehend at the rudimentary stage. It could not be used unless one was in an environment with flames. Only when one had comprehended the fire elemental profundity to the mastery stage would one be able to use it anywhere. In this place, anyone who had comprehended the fire elemental profundity would be able to use the fire elemental profundity at will. Awoo! As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the flames, a loud howl rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. In the next moment, the flaming giant appeared again and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. Then he teleported behind the flaming giant and cast his strongest attack. Swoosh! The sound of sword whistling rang in the air, but it was short-lived. A 7-colored sword ray shot into the flaming giant's body and instantly destroyed it. Following that, Duan Lingtian put away the 7 orifices exquisite sword and took the 5 flaming green, striped fruits. Let's go to the next place. After putting away the 5 flaming green, striped fruits, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huan, and continued to search for the next place with fortuitous encounters. He did not plan to consume the 5 flaming green, striped fruits for now. In the secret realms, one could stay in the first-class secret realms for a month, while the second-class secret realms could only stay in the first-class secret realms for 20 days. As for the third-class secret realms, one could only stay in the third-class secret realms for 10 days. Moreover, the third-class secret realms were more difficult than the second-class secret realms, and the second-class secret realms were more difficult than the first-class secret realms. For the next 20 days, Duan Lingtian and Huan wandered around the second-class secret realms. After collecting the 5 flaming green striped fruits, they gained quite a lot. Their biggest gain was a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, a white female celestial robe. Huan fell in love with it as soon as she laid eyes on it. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, happy to see Huan fall in love with it. Apart from the flaming green striped fruits, they had also collected some celestial fruits and celestial pills that could increase one's cultivation base. Apart from that, they had also obtained a few good celestial talismans. However, they could not be used recklessly in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There was a rule in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that those who had used celestial talismans against their opponents would lose their identity jade tokens. This rule applied to both the upper realm and the ranked secret realms. In other words, those who had used celestial talismans against their opponents could only leave the upper realm through the safe zone. In the ranked secret realms, they could only leave after the secret realms closed. Swoosh! Swoosh! When the time was up, Duan Lingtian and Huan were sent out of the upper realm and returned to the safe zone. Huan, let's return and cultivate for a while before we enter the upper realm. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huan, before they left the upper realm and returned to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion. With Huan and Huan's current strength, they might be able to enter the top 10 if they joined forces. However, there were still many people who could pose a threat to them. Moreover, with Zhang Jini around, they did not dare to recklessly enter the top 10. With this in mind, Duan Lingtian decided to return to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and cultivate for a period of time before he comprehended the law of space with the supreme powerhouse divinity. I'll listen to you, Brother Lingtian. Huan would never refute Duan Lingtian's words. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian was always right. With this, Duan Lingtian brought Huan back to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion and continued to cultivate and comprehend the law of space. Naturally, the others were unaware of this. For example, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. After Zhang Jin-yi agreed to enter the upper realm using an alias, Zhang Dongnan had spent a lot of effort to locate a powerful Seckless 10 Directions, Celestial King. This Seckless cultivator would occasionally enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When he was ranked at the top, he was ranked 13th. Although he's not ranked in the top 10, he hasn't entered the upper realm for more than 10 years. No one would suspect anything even if the messenger uses his name to rank in the top 10. With this thought in mind, Zhang Dongnan personally killed the Seckless cultivator. The Seckless cultivator did not know how he had offended a celestial lord. Messenger. After killing the Seckless cultivator, Zhang Dongnan returned to the Phantom Fox clan and looked for Zhang Jin-yi. Messenger, I found you an identity as a Seckless cultivator. When you enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, inscribe Dong Yu's name on your identity, Jade token. Since I've already killed him, It's impossible for him to appear in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Moreover, he hasn't entered the upper realm for more than 10 years. His highest ranking in the past was 13th place. Chapter 3206. Dongyu. Dongyu was a sectless cultivator in the southern heaven territory who was a 10 directions celestial king who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. Previously, his best result in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was 13th place. However, it had been more than 10 years since his name appeared on the scoreboard in the upper realm. Naturally, even if his name had not appeared on the scoreboard for more than 10 years, nobody would think he was not even ranked in the top 100 in the past 10 years. I thought Dongyu had become a celestial lord more than 10 years ago. That's why he didn't enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I didn't expect him to remain a celestial lord for more than 10 years. Someone in a safe zone in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm side. Do you think it's that easy to become a celestial lord? If it's that easy, there wouldn't be so few celestial lords in the southern heaven territory. In my opinion, Dongyu has been in closed-door cultivation for more than 10 years. Dongyu is really strong this time. It has only been 3 months, but he's already ranked 19th. It seems like Dongyu's strength has improved over the past 10 years. As long as he's lucky, he'll be able to rank in the top 10. At this moment, the sectless cultivator, Dongyu, was the topic of discussion in the safe zones of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, not only did Dongyu, who had disappeared for more than 10 years, appear again, but he had also risen to the 19th place in such a short time. I remember Dongyu didn't kill indiscriminately in the past. However, he killed almost all the people he eliminated this time. I don't know. Perhaps something happened to him in the past 10 years. He's almost on par with Zhang Jin-yi from last year. Speaking of Zhang Jin-yi, why didn't he enter the upper realm this year? Perhaps he wants to enter at the end of the year. His speed on the scoreboard is much faster than Dongyu's. At this moment, the people in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm did not expect the real Dongyu to be dead. After all, the real Dongyu was Zhang Jin-yi. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, one could leave one's name on the identity jade token as long as it did not overlap with someone else's name. This time, when Zhang Jin-yi entered, he left the name Dongyu. It's been 4 months, and they still haven't come in? Zhang Jin-yi hovered in the air above a blood-red forest. He glanced at the scoreboard through his identity jade token, only to discover that Duan, Lingtian, and Huan Er's names were not on the scoreboard. Could it be that they also came in under fake names? Zhang Jin-yi could not help but think so. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jin-yi sent a message to Zhang Dongnan, the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan. Zhang Dongnan immediately instructed Zhang Yunting's son to check the scoreboard. Zhang Yunting's son quickly replied to Zhang Dongnan, "Clan leader, the remaining people on the scoreboard are all frequent visitors to the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Their rankings are the same as before. Duan, Lingtian, and Huan. I haven't entered the upper realm yet." After receiving the reply, Zhang Dongnan immediately sent another message to Zhang Jin-yi. "Lord Envoy, Duan, Lingtian, and Huan, I haven't entered the upper realm yet. Please wait a little longer." However, because of Zhang Dongnan's words, Zhang Jin-yi had to wait for 100 years. "This is the last time I'll enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If Duan, Lingtian, and Huan still haven't entered the upper realm, I'll have to return as well." Zhang Jin-yi entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm again. This was the 100th time Dongyu had entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm using the name Dongyu. Throughout the past 100 years, he had barely made it into the top 10 in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to avoid attracting too much attention. However, as soon as he entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he would crush his identity, jade, token, and leave. He was not interested in staying in the upper realm for long. Initially, he had planned to return to the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory after waiting for a few years, but Duan, Lingtian, and Huan still had not entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, a message from the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan stopped him. "Genie, I know you don't want to stay in the Southern Heaven Territory, but the matter of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox is very important. You'll have to wait for 100 years. If she still hasn't shown up after 100 years, you'll have to return." Due to the Grand Elder's words, Zhang Jin-yi had no choice but to stay in the upper realm of the Phantom Fox clan. In just a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. "Finally, I can return." Zhang Jin-yi felt refreshed after entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, he would be able to leave the Southern Heaven Territory and return to the Heavenly Territory after the scoreboard was reset. "Since this is the last time, I won't hold back anymore. I'll make sure Dong Yu ranks first this year." Throughout the past 99 years, he had never given it his all. However, this time he decided to give it his all to bring the name he had used for 100 years to the top of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, in the profound Nether Mansion, in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Senior, an old man who was fishing in the backyard, was awakened by the voice behind him. He put down his fishing rod and turned around to see a purple-clad young man standing nearby. Beside the purple-clothed young man stood a woman in white. They looked like a golden couple standing next to each other. "Both of you have been in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. How is it? How's your cultivation base now?" the old man asked with a smile. He did not expect Duan, Lingtian, and Huan to be in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian still asked the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion to look for cultivation resources for the duo while they were in closed-door cultivation. Over the past 100 years, at least half of the profound Nether Mansion's wealth had been spent on the duo. Huan has become a 10 Directions Celestial King. She's only one step away from becoming a Celestial Lord. Duan Lingtian smiled. In just a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Initially, he did not plan to cultivate in seclusion for so long. However, after consuming the 5 flaming green striped fruits, Huan gave him 10 drops of blood essence as well. With that, his cultivation base rose from a 3 talents Celestial King to a 7 stars Celestial King in just a short time. Huan had also become extremely weak due to the overdraft of her blood essence. She would need to recuperate for 10 years to recover from a single drop of blood essence. On the other hand, she would need 100 years to recover from 10 drops. Fortunately, even though she had used 10 drops of blood essence, it didn't affect her cultivation or her comprehension of the law of space through the supreme quintessence Godhead. Since Huan wanted to recuperate, he planned to explore the upper realm alone. However, when he saw the longing in Huan's eyes and the fact that he had promised her that he would never leave her side again, he decided against it. Therefore, he accompanied Huan and cultivated in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. "What about you?" the old man asked. I'm still far from becoming a 10 Directions Celestial King." Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. After 100 years, even with the endless cultivation resources provided by the profound Nether Mansion, he had only managed to break through from a 7 stars Celestial King to a 9 palaces Celestial King. "What do you plan to do next?" the old man asked again. "I plan to enter the upper realm again. After that, I'll leave the spirit overarching heaven and travel to the Yen Huang heaven." Duan Lingtian revealed his plan. "When Huan and I are strong enough to avenge the Imperial Tutor, we'll return." "You're going to the Yen Huang heaven? Why?" the old man frowned in confusion. "It's dangerous for Huan to stay here. After all, the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory is aware of Huan's existence. Even if they don't know for sure that Huan Is 1,000 phantoms ice fox. She's still in great danger. If we leave the spirit overarching heaven and go to the Yen Huang heaven, we'll be able to avoid the main phantom fox clan. Duan Lingtian said. There's a phantom fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven as well. The old man said, however, compared to the main phantom fox clan in the spirit overarching heaven, the main phantom fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven is slightly weaker. After all, the main phantom fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven is also a branch of the spirit overarching heaven. The old man said, the main phantom fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven is the Du clan. They won't harm Huan. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. In fact, 100 years ago, Duan Lingtian had learned from the memory celestial talismans in the profound Nether Mansion that the main phantom fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven was the Du clan. Therefore, at that time, he felt that this was a miraculous coincidence. The Jade Emperor heaven was supposed to be a Devata realm for him. However, due to a freak combination of factors, he ended up in the spirit overarching heaven and met Huan. Huan was from the Du clan in the Phantom Fox clan. I see. Realization dawned on the old man. Then he said, since both of you have made up your minds, I won't disturb you any further. I only hope that both of you can visit me whenever you're free. Even if I'm not strong enough to avenge the imperial tutor, the old man said. The old man was usually alone. Even if someone came to visit him, it would be the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian and Huan had been in the imperial tutor pavilion for more than 100 years. Therefore, the old man had developed feelings for both of them. He liked these two juniors very much. In fact, he had a feeling they would surpass him in the future. If everything went well, they might even become titled celestial lords or ordinary divine emperors. Senior, we're not leaving yet. Let's talk about it after we leave the upper realm. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile. Without waiting for the old man's reply, Duan Lingtian took out the transportation formation compass and placed the celestial crystals on it. Then he brought Huan into the upper realm. This was his second time entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, this would be his last time as well. After they left the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they would leave the spirit overarching heaven and head to the Jade Emperor heaven. Chapter 3207. Duan Lingtian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When Duan Lingtian and Huan appeared in one of the safe zones in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they attracted a lot of attention. What a beautiful woman! I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. Her face is flawless. I'm afraid this woman isn't inferior to the short-lived woman from 100 years ago, Huan. Many people's attention was focused on Huan at this moment. She's Huan. At this moment, a voice rang out, covering the noise of the crowd. 100 years ago, I was eliminated by her. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. He stood in the distance and looked at Huan warily. It's Xiao Hongkuan. Immediately, many people's attention fell on the middle-aged man. Some people recognized him at a glance. Xiao Hongkuan was considered a celebrity in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was ranked in the top 30 most of the time. Most of the people present on the scene knew someone like him. So she's Huan. She hasn't appeared in the upper realm for 100 years, right? I remember that 100 years ago, she wasn't even 100 years old. After 100 years, how strong would her strength have become? If she didn't enter the upper realm, I would think she's already a celestial lord. However, now that she's here, she must be a 10 Directions celestial king at least. When she was a 6 combo celestial king, she was ranked 15th. Now that she's a 10 Directions celestial king, her comprehension of the law of space must have improved tremendously. Her current strength might be able to be mentioned in the same breath as Yen Ryu, that's possible. Due to Huan Er's stunning performance in the upper realm 100 years ago, most of the people present on the scene were certain she had grown stronger since she had not appeared in public for 100 years. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan, Lingtian, and Huan Er collected their accumulative point jades and left the safe zone. Similar to the last time they entered the upper realm, they did not activate the invisibility formation in their accumulative point jades. However, even so, the group of people in the safe zone only dared to watch them leave from afar. They did not chase after them and attack them. Outside the safe zone, there were many people waiting to ambush them. However, they all had spies inside the safe zone. When they found out that the person who had come out was the same Huan from 100 years ago, they didn't dare to act rashly. Just like that, Duan, Lingtian, and Huan made their way out of the safe zone. For a long time, they didn't see a single person. It was as if everyone had vanished without a trace. Huan, our goal this time is to rank 31st to 100th on the scoreboard. After all, in the secret realms in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only grade 3 secret realms are capable of pressuring you, Huan said. Duan Lingtian said. Because of this, Duan Lingtian didn't summon anyone even if they didn't encounter anyone along the way and didn't obtain any points. After all, he had decided to bring Huan to the upper realm to look for an opportunity to break through and become a celestial lord before they left for the Jade Emperor Heaven. While Duan, Lingtian, and Huan were leisurely strolling in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Zhang Dongyi, who had changed his name to Dongyu, was on a killing spree. Dongyu's ranking was rising rapidly. In just a month, he had risen to 39th place. Just as Dongyu was about to search for his next target, he took out his identity jade token and saw a familiar name on it. He had been waiting for this name for 1,000 years. Huan. She was ranked 96th. She's here. Zhang Jinyi's eyes widened slightly as an expression of surprise appeared on his face. I entered the upper realm during the last time I entered the upper realm. It seems like even the heavens are on my side. He had been waiting for this woman for the past 100 years. Now she had finally shown up. There's no need to rush my ranking. I'll wait for her to catch up to me before I catch up to her. Zhang Jinyi thought to himself. At this moment, Zhang Jinyi was no longer in a hurry. In fact, he had even forgotten about his intention to compete for the top spot. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Huan had risen to the 82nd place, while Duan Lingtian had risen to the 85th place. Let's continue waiting. Zhang Jinyi was hiding in a secluded area in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was precisely because of this that his ranking on the scoreboard had dropped from 39th to 46th in just half a month. Nevertheless, he was not in a hurry. He had already waited for 100 years. Why would he care about waiting for less than a year? Time continued to pass. Months passed by one after another. Soon, there was only a month left before the scoreboard would reset. At this moment, Zhang Jinyi discovered that both Huan and Duan Lingtian were still in the top 50. Their rankings were roughly the same 6 months ago, and they were still in the top 50. Huan 35th place. Duan Lingtian, 37th place. Don't tell me they're also fake names? Zhang Jinyi thought to himself with a frown on his face. Those who were capable of ranking in the top 15,100 years ago could not even make it to the top 30 after 100 years had passed. So what if they're fake names? I'm not interested in ranking in the upper realm anyway. It's fine for me to follow them into the grade 3 secret realm. If they're not Duan Lingtian and Huan they'll have to pay for their foolishness. Zhang Jinyi's eyes flashed coldly as killing intent surged out of his eyes. Swoosh! Following that, Zhang Jinyi left the place where he had stayed for almost a year to collect more points. After all, he had been pushed out of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. With Zhang Jinyi's strength, he could easily enter the top 100 even if he only had a month left. In the wind thundered Dao sect. In the enforcement hall, the woman named Huan has appeared? Jun Chongshan, one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall, said with a frown on his face when he received the news. It's been almost a year since she entered the upper realm, but she's only ranked in the 40th percentile? Moreover, the man named Duan Lingtian is only ranked in the 40th percentile as well. It's been 100 years. Could it be that not only has their strength not improved, but it also hasn't decreased? Jun Chongshan was certain of his conclusion. He was certain that Duan Lingtian and Huan were impostors. Huan was already so strong when she was not even 100 years old. Now that 100 years have passed, I'm sure she's even stronger than before. If she enters the upper realm again, I'm afraid even the Tao scholar Profound Sex Yen Ru, you won't be a match for her. Moreover, it's highly likely that she's already a celestial lord. Wang Chen, Chiu He, I'm useless. I can't avenge you anymore. Although Jun Chongshan still had a deep-rooted hatred in his heart, he also knew that it would be difficult for him to avenge his great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Lord Vice Hall Master, an inner disciple is here to see you. At this moment, a voice came from outside, causing Jun Chongshan to come back to his senses. At the same time, he asked the person to call the inner court disciple in. Lord Vice Hall Master. Soon after, the core disciple entered the room. Is there a reason you're looking for me? Jun Chongshan asked faintly. Now he no longer had the sad look on his face and looked like a normal person. Lord Vice Palace Master, I was eliminated by a woman called Huan 100 years ago. This time, I was eliminated by a man called Duan Lingtian who's standing next to her. The core disciple replied, They've entered the upper realm again. I'm here to inform you about this, Vice Hall Master. What? Jun Chongshan's eyes lit up when he heard the core disciple's words. He did not expect the Duan Lingtian and Huan to be impostors. Are you sure they're Duan Lingtian and Huan? I'm sure. The core disciple nodded confidently. I was eliminated by them 100 years ago. I know very well what they look like. That may be the case, but this time their rankings are far inferior to the rankings from last time. Jun Chongshan said in a deep voice, I don't know. Perhaps they want to enter the Grade 3 secret realm to have some fun? After all, many powerful 10 Directions celestial kings have intentionally lowered their rankings to enter the Grade 3 secret realm, the core disciple said. Jun Chongshan's eyes shone brightly. Jun Chongshan's eyes lit up when he heard the core disciple's words. Soon after, a bold decision that he had been contemplating for a long time appeared in his mind. Don't let me find out that you're lying to me. Otherwise, I won't let you off so easily. Jun Chongshan looked at the core disciple again to confirm the latter's words. When he saw the core disciple looking back at him fearlessly, he let the core disciple leave. Even the heavens are on my side. Wang Qin, Chiu He, I'll avenge you this time. Jun Chongshan muttered to himself with a hint of determination in his eyes. In the next moment, Jun Chongshan took out a pill that shone with a black light and consumed it. Following that, his celestial origin energy began to dissipate. In just 2 hours, a 1 basic celestial lord's cultivation base reverted to that of a 10 Directions celestial king. As expected, it's useful. Now that I'm a 10 Directions celestial king who has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of fire and 4 profundities to the initial stage, even Yen Ru, you won't be a match for me. If Huan is stronger than me, I'll admit defeat. Otherwise, the upper realm will be her grave. Jun Chongshan's eyes flashed coldly as he took out a formation compass and teleported to the upper realm. Chapter 3208. The reversal poison pill was a harmful celestial pill. If a celestial lord did not use his celestial origin energy to suppress the effects of the pill in time, his cultivation base would regress. Jun Chongshan's cultivation base had regressed from a celestial lord to a 10 directions celestial king after consuming the reversal poison pill. Nevertheless, Jun Chongshan managed to control his celestial origin energy well. Although his cultivation base had regressed to a 10 directions celestial king, the quality of his celestial origin energy was still high. He was not far from becoming a celestial lord again. Naturally, if he wanted to become a celestial lord again, he would have to neutralize the residual toxins from the reversal poison pill first. It would take him at least 30 to 50 years to do so. However, to avenge his great-grandchildren, he was willing to consume the reversal poison pill and enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Vice Hall Master Jun? When Jun Chongshan appeared in a safe zone in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, a core disciple from the Wind, Thunder, Tao sect recognized Jun Chongshan immediately. The core disciple of the Wind, Thunder, Tao sect was stunned. Wasn't the Vice Hall Master of the Wind and Thunder, Tao sect a celestial lord? How did he enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? It was an ironclad rule that only celestial lords were allowed to enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If one broke through and became a celestial lord in the upper realm, one would be forcefully transported out of the upper realm as soon as one broke through. Could it be that Vice Palace Master Jun consumed the reversal poison pill in order to avenge his great-grandchildren? The core disciple of the Wind, Thunder, Tao sect was familiar with the reversal poison pill since it was one of the celestial pills refined by the chief celestial alchemist of the sect. Naturally, the reversal poison pill was a harmful celestial pill. It seems like Vice Hall Master Jun has learned about Huan or his appearance in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The core disciple from the Wind, Thunder, Tao sect watched as Jun Chongshan left the safe zone after retrieving his identity jade token. When he saw a few people following Jun Chongshan, a disdainful expression could be seen on his face. You're seeking death. Jun Chongshan was the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind, Thunder, Tao sect. He was a one basic celestial lord. Even though his cultivation base had dropped to the level of a 10 directions celestial king, his comprehension of the laws was still intact. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Huan was the only person who could compare to Jun Chongshan. Even the true disciple of the Tao scholar profound sect, Yen Ruyu, who had held the first place for 100 years, would not be able to surpass Jun Chongshan in terms of comprehension of the laws. 1 month later, somewhere in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Zhang Jin-yi killed a middle-aged man with a wave of his hand and plundered his points. Looks like they've either returned to the safe zone or they didn't eliminate anyone else like me. Zhang Jin-yi glanced at the scoreboard through his identity jade token and discovered Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's rankings had dropped to the 40s. His eyes flashed as he speculated inwardly. Over the past month, Duan Lingtian and Huan Ai's points remained the same, but their rankings had dropped significantly. The next day would be the day the upper realm's scoreboard would be reset. Therefore, within a day of birth, even if their points dropped again, it would be difficult for their rankings to fall out of the top 50. Let's wait and see. Now that Zhang Jini's points were back in the top 40, he could enter the Grade 3 secret realm with Duan Lingtian and Huan Naturally, Zhang Jini was not certain if Duan Lingtian and Huan were the real Duan Lingtian and Huan since they did not look like themselves at all. It's about time. Meanwhile, in another place in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Jun Chongshan, who had been in the upper realm for a month, looked at his ranking through his accumulative point jade and saw he was ranked 59th. Instead of using his real name, Jun Chongshan had used the name Jun Qiuqin. His surname was still his surname. However, he had taken a word from his great-granddaughter, Jun Qiuhe, and a word from his great-grandson, Jun Wangqin. The scoreboard will be reset tomorrow, and the ranking secret realm will open as well. Jun Chongshan's eyes were cold. The Grade 3 secret realm will be their burial ground, in the imperial Tudor pavilion of the profound Nether Mansion. Let's go. Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand as they stepped into the transportation formation on the formation compass and made their way to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A month ago, they had left the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and returned to the upper realm. During this time, they had spent a lot of time chatting with the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be reset in an hour. At that time, the ranking secret realm would open. It was time for Duan Lingtian and Huan Er to enter the upper realm. After entering the upper realm again, they appeared in the safe zone. This time, they did not attract too much attention. After all, most people's attention was on their identity jade tokens. Most of them were looking at the scoreboard through their identity jade tokens. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. At this time, the final ranking was finally decided. Duan Lingtian and Huan were pushed down to the 60th place. However, this did not affect their chances of entering the Grade 3 secret realm. A total of 70 people will enter the Grade 3 secret realm. Moreover, they can only stay in there for 10 days. Although Duan Lingtian had not entered the Grade 3 secret realm before, he knew a thing or two about it. Moreover, the time spent in the third-class secret realm was not limited to just a short period of time. The various opportunities in the third-class secret realm required one to face the formation spirits as well as other tests. The difficulty of the third-class secret realm was not comparable to the difficulty of the third-class secret realm, let alone the difficulty of the third-class secret realm. Compared to the Grade 3 secret realm, the Grade 1 secret realm was like a free gift. I wonder if all 70 people will be placed in the same place? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian felt a warmth coming from the identity jade token in his hand. He instinctively tightened his grip on Huan Er's hand. In the next moment, his vision darkened. When he regained his vision, he found himself in a cage. This cage was different from an ordinary prison. Looking outside, there were many huge bodies chained up and locked up outside the cage. Among the bear-type celestial beasts, there were smaller celestial beasts as well. There are also some ferocious-looking celestial beasts that Duan Lingtian could not name. Brother Lingtian, these are all illusions. Huan Er's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, startling Duan Lingtian. In terms of illusory techniques, Huan Er was 1,000 Phantom's ice fox that only appeared once in 1,000,000 years in the Phantom Fox clan. She could be said to be the ancestor of illusory techniques. Huan Er was not afraid of illusory formations, illusory techniques, and illusory techniques. This was more like Huan Er's innate talent. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered there were 8 other people who were placed in the same place as them. I thought there would be 70 people in one place. I didn't expect there to be 10 people in a group. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced at the other 8 people. He only saw 2 familiar faces, but the rest were unfamiliar faces. When the 2 familiar faces noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, they also saw Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. It's Miss Huan Er and Duan Lingtian. Huana, Duan Lingtian? The other 6 people also saw Duan Lingtian and Huan Er when they heard the 2 people's surprised voices. This was especially true for Huan Er. Her peerless beauty made everything around her pale in comparison. It's really Huan Er. I didn't expect it to be them. I thought they were fakes since their names appeared on the scoreboard. Why are they in the Grade 3 secret realm? It doesn't matter if they're in the Grade 3 secret realm or not. This is a good thing for us. When the other 6 people regained their senses, they were also pleasantly surprised. When the 70 people entered the Grade 3 secret realm, they would be divided into 7 groups. One group would be given a bye, while the other 6 groups would have to fight each other to determine 3 groups to enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. We're in Group 3. A voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. He discovered a token with the word 3 carved on it had appeared out of thin air in the middle of the cell they were in. Group 5 is given a bye. At the same time, an emotionless voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Naturally, the voice did not only ring in Duan Ling Tian's ears, but it also rang in the ears of everyone in the cage. All 70 people in the 7 cages heard the voice. Haha, it's our Group 5. Let's wait for the Grade 3 Secret Realm. I didn't expect I'd be so lucky. In the past 20 years, this is the first time I've been given a bye. The cage where the people in Group 5 were in was very lively. Most of them were excited, except for one person who stood in the corner with a slight frown on his face. Brother, we're given a bye. Aren't you happy? A middle-aged man who was in a good mood asked the young man, standing in the corner with a smile on his face. Get lost. Don't bother me, the young man said coldly. The middle-aged man's expression turned grave immediately. The other 8 people looked at the middle-aged man and the young man as though they were watching a good show. Brother, I'm just asking out of goodwill. Do you have to be like this? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. It was embarrassing to be humiliated in front of so many people. Say another word, and I'll kill you. The young man glanced at the middle-aged man coldly and said indifferently, You'll kill me? The middle-aged man smiled. Brother, do you know I'm ranked 33rd on the scoreboard this time? You'll kill me? Humph. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the young man snorted coldly. In the next moment, the young man did not seem to make any movements. However, a faint ripple appeared in the void. In the next moment, the middle-aged man fell to the ground with a mocking smile on his face. Chapter 3209. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's death, the other 8 people's expressions changed drastically. When they looked at the young man again, it was as though they had just seen a ghost. They all knew the middle-aged man who was killed, and they knew that he was stronger than them. However, such a person was killed by the young man in front of them in just a blink of an eye. With his strength, it should be easy for him to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. Why is he in the Grade 3 Secret Realm? At that instant, the hearts of the 8 cultivators shuddered. At this moment, the 8 of them did not know that even so, they had still underestimated this young man. If the young man wanted to, he would have been ranked first in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for more than 90 years. Even Yen Ruyu from the Tao Scholar Profound sect was not a match for him. The young man was none other than Zhang Jini, who had changed his name to Dongyu. Initially, he thought he would be able to meet Huan, as soon as he entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm. He did not expect to find himself in a prison, and Huan was not among the other 9 prisoners. With his strength, he could easily defeat the other group and enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm, even if we don't get a bye. Now, the 8 of them could understand why this young man didn't feel the slightest bit happy when he found out that the 5th group had a bye. After all, he did not care about being given a bye. I'm not in the same group as Huaner. Jun Chongshan, who is also known as Jun Qiuqin, was in the 6th group. When he looked around, he discovered there were no women in the same cell as him. All of them were men. Brother, I've never seen you before. How should I address you? An old man asked with a smile as he looked at Jun Chongshan. Now, the 8 people in the prison looked like young men and middle-aged men. Only he and the person in front of him looked like an old man, which made him feel a sense of familiarity. Jun Qiuqin. Jun Chongshan glanced at the old man indifferently. Jun Qiuqin? The old man was stunned for a moment before he smiled. It's an honor to meet you. Naturally, the old man did not remember Jun Qiuqin's name. However, he still greeted Jun Qiuqin out of courtesy. This is my first time entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm using this name. However, Jun Chongshan mercilessly exposed the old man's hypocrisy. Instantly, the smile on the old man's face froze. He scolded angrily, "You are so rude. I gave you face, but you don't give me face? Do I need you to give me face?" Jun Chongshan said disdainfully. He was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. How could an ordinary 10 Directions Celestial King compare to him? However, the 10 Directions Celestial King had only comprehended one profundity of a law to the initial success stage at most. In his opinion, such a 10 Directions Celestial King could only be considered ordinary. Are all newcomers so hot-tempered these days? The old man's eyes turned cold and his voice turned cold. It was as if the temperature in the prison had dropped by a few degrees. "What, are you trying to educate me?" Jun Chongshan sneered. "Not bad." As soon as the old man finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of flames that enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, the old man's figure flickered as he charged at Jun Chongshan like a ball of fire. "You're still too inexperienced to play with fire in front of me." Jun Chongshan smiled coldly in the face of the old man, who seemed to have turned into flames. Then, he too turned into flames and faced the old man. Under the shocked gazes of the other 8 people, Jun Chongshan seemed to have transformed into a ball of fire that shot up into the sky. As soon as he collided with his opponent's fire, he extinguished the flames on his opponent's body. After the flames on his opponent's body were extinguished, his opponent was burned to a crisp. Only a spatial ring was left behind. Jun Chongshan casually put it away. Gasp! 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 All of a sudden, the 8 people in the crowd gasped and looked at Jun Chongshan in a completely different light. With his strength, it should be easy for him to enter the top 30 or even the top 20. The 8 of them thought at the same time. When they thought about this, an expression of joy appeared on their faces. With such a genius in Group 6, they would definitely be able to eliminate the other group. Time continued to pass by quietly. An hour later, a spatial door appeared in Group 5's prison that led to a world filled with beautiful flowers and chirping birds. How big is the Grade 3 secret realm? Zhang Jin-yi asked indifferently as he stopped the 8 people from leaving the secret realm. "My lord." After witnessing Zhang Jin-yi's terrifying strength, the 8 people did not dare to be careless. The Grade 3 secret realm isn't that big. With the speed of an ordinary 10 Directions Celestial King, it'll only take 1 or 2 days to explore the entire secret realm. However, although the Grade 3 secret realms are not big, the trials and tribulations inside are extremely difficult. The more precious the item is, the more difficult it is to pass the trial. With your strength, I'm sure the trials won't be difficult for you. The 8 of them were all flattering Zhang Jini. An ordinary 10 Directions Celestial King would only need 1 or 2 days to explore the entire secret realm. Zhang Jin-yi's eyes glinted. He was not worried that he would not be able to find the 2 people who had changed their names to Duan Lingtian and Huan, even if he did not encounter anyone else. However, after walking out of the Void Gate, Zhang Jini turned around and discovered that the Void Gate was still there. Furthermore, it was open. Beside it, there were 3 other tightly shut void doors. Milord, behind those 3 void gates, is the place where the people who left from the 3 victorious prisons are. After the winners of the battles are decided, they'll come out from the spatial door. Seeing that Zhang Jini was looking at the other 3 tightly shut void doors, a middle-aged man explained, "And our void door will close automatically after everyone comes out. In the future, if you want to leave this place, you'll have to crush your identity jade token or wait for 10 days in the secret realm to send you out." The middle-aged man explained patiently. "You mean, apart from the 3 people who were eliminated, The winners of the 3 prisons will also come out from the spatial doors. Zhang Jinyi's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's confirmation. Yes, my lord. The middle-aged man nodded. Once the spatial doors open, they'll come out. Once all of them come out, the spatial doors will disappear as well. All right. Zhang Jinyi nodded. My lord, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first, the middle-aged man said. Zhang Jinyi nodded again before the middle-aged man dared to leave. In that case, there's no need for me to look for them. I'll just wait here for them to come out. Zhang Jinyi watched as the void gate he had come out of disappeared along with the other 8 people. Then his gaze fell on the other 3 void gates that were tightly shut. Meanwhile, Group 3 versus Group 6. In Group 3's prison, the motionless and cold voice rang out again, resounding in the ears of everyone in the prison. Our opponent is Group 6. No matter which group it is, with Miss Huan, and Lord Duan Lingtian here, there's no need to fear them. The remaining 8 people were confident in Duan Lingtian and Huan, abilities. Suddenly, an opening appeared on the side of the cage. A chain bridge that led to the void appeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Miss Huan, Lord Duan Lingtian, once we leave this place, we'll enter the battlefield. It'll be 10 against 10. If you encounter any danger, you can crush your identity jade token and leave. One of the 8 people said to Duan Lingtian and Huan, All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Meanwhile, in Group 6 prison, apart from the person who was killed by Jun Chongshan, the other 7 people were also filled with confidence. With Jun Chongshan's strength, they were not confident they could defeat him even if they joined forces. For this reason, with Jun Chongshan's help, their group would definitely be able to defeat Group 3 and obtain the pass to enter the Grade 3 secret realm. My lord, this way, please. In front of Jun Chongshan, the 7 of them respectfully allowed Jun Chongshan to walk in front. Jun Chongshan took the lead and walked out of the prison. He stepped onto the chain bridge that led to the void and walked toward the battlefield where another group of people was fighting. I hope we'll encounter them. Even if we don't, we'll have to deal with our opponents as soon as possible and wait for them outside. When Jun Chongshan was still a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, he had entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm before. Therefore, he was very familiar with the secret realms, including the Grade 3 secret realm. The battlefield was a boundless starry sky. Looking from afar, one could see many stars twinkling in the distance. 2 chain bridges that led from 2 different depths of the starry sky led to the battlefield in the middle of the starry sky. With Jun Chongshan in the lead, Group 6 members stepped out of the cage. After the members of the 6th group came out, the members of the 3rd group also came out one after another. They were led by a handsome, purple-clothed youth and a breathtakingly beautiful, white-clothed woman. What a beautiful woman! Even Ouyang Yue from the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect can't compare to her. It seems like she's Huan. I thought she's an imposter. After all, with her strength, it shouldn't be difficult for her to enter the Grade 3 secret realm. I really don't understand why she's in the Grade 3 secret realm. The expressions of the members of Group 6 turned solemn when they realized the woman in front of them was Huan. Jun Chongshan, who was the leader of Group 6, looked at Huan with sparkling eyes. Chapter 3210. Jun Chongshan's gaze was so obvious that Duan Lingtian could see the killing intent in Jun Chongshan's eyes. Who's he? Why is he so hostile toward Huan? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Jun Chongshan's words. As expected of a femme fatale. Today, I'll punish you on behalf of the heavens. Upon hearing Jun Chongshan's words, the 2 groups of people who were still in a stalemate began to make their moves again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan were the only ones who remained calm. However, Jun Chongshan's target was Huan Er. Initially, Jun Chongshan's actions were ordinary. However, as he drew closer to Huan Er, his profundity from the law of fire was revealed. Whoosh! 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 Jun Chongshan's body was engulfed in flames, and he turned into a man of fire as he charged toward Huan Er. The burning profundity, the explosion profundity, and the pillaging profundity to the initial stage, and the fire-style profundity to the initial stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally witnessed Jun Chongshan's strength. Who's this person? Even the person ranked first in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm isn't as strong as him, right? A 10 Directions celestial king who had comprehended 4 of the profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage. With such strength, he would be invincible in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even the prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect from 100 years ago had only comprehended 3 profundities to the initial stage. However, that prodigy was later replaced by a true disciple from the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Rumor had it that the true disciple was not much stronger than the former. Huan Er, there's no rush to kill him. Let's see who he is and why he hates you so much. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan Er. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Jun Chongshan, who was charging toward Huan, suddenly came to a halt in front of her. The energy that was surging out of his body seemed to have dissipated into thin air. The flames that filled the sky missed him, but he didn't seem to feel anything. Instead, his face was filled with excitement. Here, Chener, great-grandfather, has avenged you. Your souls in heaven can rest in peace. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian frowned. From the way the old man addressed the 2 people, he could not guess who they were. Big brother Lingtian is the great-grandfather of Jun Wangqin and Jun Chioha of the Wind and Thunder Tao sect. While Duan Lingtian was puzzled, Huan Er's voice rang in his ears. At this moment, Jun Chongshan was trapped in an environment created by Huan Er. With Huan Er's current strength and the inheritance of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she could trap the old man for quite some time. Not only that, but she could also see the thoughts of the people she trapped in the illusion. This was somewhat similar to a mind-reading technique. Naturally, the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was the only one in the Phantom Fox clan who possessed such a technique. As it turns out, it's Jun Wangqin and Jun Chioha. Duan Lingtian nodded. He clearly remembered the 2 people. One of them was the first person he and Huan Er killed in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and the other was the second person Huan Er killed in the Grade 2 Secret Realm. If the old man was their great-grandfather, it would not be strange for him to seek revenge from Huan. It seems like he's been targeting us since the beginning. Otherwise, with his strength, there's no need for him to enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Moreover, he must have consumed the reversal poison pill from the Wind and Thunder Tao sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Previously, after killing Jun Chioha, Duan Lingtian had talked to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion about the Wind and Thunder Tao sect. Based on that, he learned that Jun Chioha and Jun Wangqin's great-grandfather was the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind and Thunder Tao sect. Moreover, he was a 1 basic Celestial Lord. It was impossible for a 1 basic Celestial Lord to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, there was only one possibility. The old man must have consumed the reversal poison pill. The reversal poison pill from the Wind and Thunder Tao sect was a famous celestial pill in the Southern Heaven territory. Naturally, it was famous because of its toxicity and side effects. He's really bold. He's willing to consume the reversal poison pill just to avenge his great-grandchildren. Duan Lingtian had a high opinion of the old man. After all, it was rare for people to consume the reversal poison pill. Most people would use it to harm others. Since I've learned everything I need to know, it's time to send him on his way. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he glanced at the old man indifferently. Then he disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind the old man. Bang! When Duan Lingtian's palm landed on the old man finally snapped out of his trance. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the space elemental profundity surged into the old man's body. Impossible! Jun Chongshan's eyes widened in shock when he saw Huan standing there unscathed. At the same time, his body was shattered by Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Jun Chongshan, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind and Thunder Dao Sect, had died in the Wind and Thunder Dao Sect. Meanwhile, in the Wind and Thunder Dao Sect's high-ranking official soul orbs, a disciple who usually guarded a pile of soul orbs, discovered that Wang Chongshan's soul orb had shattered. He immediately reported this matter to one of the vice sect leaders of the Wind and Thunder Dao Sect. A few days later, the Wind and Thunder Dao Sect investigated Wang Chongshan's death and learned that he had consumed the reversal poison pill and entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, this was a story for another day. After Duan Lingtian killed Jun Chongshan with Huan Er's help in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he turned to look at the others. At this moment, the 8 people in his group were evenly matched with the 8 people in his group. When one of the 8 people saw Wang Chongshan had been killed and Duan Lingtian and Huan Er were unharmed, he was so frightened that he crushed his identity jade token and fled the scene. Naturally, the escape of one of the 8 people attracted the attention of the others. Therefore, the remaining 7 people also crushed their identity jade tokens and fled the scene. The 8 people in Duan Lingtian's group did not know what was going on at first. However, when they saw the 8 people in their group had fled, they began to realize what had happened. When they turned around, they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan standing there. However, their leader was nowhere to be seen. For a moment, they were certain of their suspicions. That Jun Chongshan didn't even have the chance to display his full strength before he died. However, it's not a surprise that he was killed by Huan Er's illusion. Although Huan Er's illusion was powerful, it had a time limit. With Huan Er's current cultivation base, she could only maintain it for a few breaths at most. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian had teleported behind Wang Chongshan and launched a sneak attack on him, Wang Chongshan had regained his senses. This was because the illusion's duration was up. With Huan Er's strength, it would take her at least a few days to set up the illusion again. The door is open. We can finally enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. After Wang Chongshan's death, the 8 people in his group crushed their identity jade tokens and fled the scene. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's group finally emerged victorious. At this moment, a void gate appeared in the boundless starry sky and slowly opened. However, behind the void gate it was dark and gloomy. It was impossible to see what was going on inside. Meanwhile, on the other side of the void gate opened so quickly, Zhang Jini's eyes lit up when he saw one of the 3 void gates open. It seems that this group of people is quite strong. If Duan Lingtian and Huan aren't imposters and are only here to experience the Grade 3 Secret Realm, they're most likely part of this group. Zhang Jin speculated inwardly. A moment later, the void gate opened and figures passed through it, appearing in front of Zhang Jini in the blink of an eye. There were 8 of them in total. However, 2 of them had yet to appear. Just as the 8 people were about to leave, Zhang Jin stopped them. There are 2 people left in your group. Do you know who they are? Get lost. One of the hot-tempered people among the 8 people shouted at Zhang Jin. It was only natural for him to suffer a miserable fate. Zhang Jin's eyes flashed as he casually waved his hand. A ray of golden light shot out, creating ripples in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the person who shouted at Zhang Jin died. He did not even have time to take out his identity, jade, token, and crush it. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the remaining 7 people changed drastically. My lord, the remaining 2 people are Duan Lingtian and Huan. A young man among the 7 people immediately betrayed Duan Lingtian and Huan. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to stay alive. He did not feel safe at all when he saw how ruthless Duan Lingtian was. Duan Lingtian and Huan are they imposters? Zhang Jinyi asked in a deep voice. They can't be imposters. Another person shook his head and said, let's not talk about Duan Lingtian. Huan is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my thousands of years of life. She's so beautiful that it's suffocating. Although Ouyang Yue from the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect was known as the most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, she's nothing compared to Huan. At this time, the others also voiced out their agreement. As expected, it's them. After hearing their words, Zhang Jinyi's eyes lit up. Then, as the 7 people looked at him nervously, he attacked again. Buzz! A ray of golden light shot out and took the lives of the 7 people. Whether it was the person who had been killed by Zhang Jinyi or the 7 of them, all of them had a blank look in their eyes the moment they were killed. Zhang Jinyi had used his innate talent as a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan before he killed the 7 people. With just a thought, he could spread out his mental strength and affect a person's attention. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as the 7 of them were casually killed by Zhang Jinyi, 2 more figures walked out of the open void door. Chapter 32:11. You're finally out. Although Zhang Jinyi had never seen Duan Lingtian and Huan before, based on Huan's peerless appearance and the aura she exuded, he was certain they were Duan Lingtian and Huan. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan came out, they discovered their teammates had been killed by the young man in front of them. Upon seeing the young man's appearance, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly as memories from 100 years ago surfaced in his mind. He's Zhang Jinyi, the envoy from the Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory of the 7 upper regions 100 years ago. Duan Lingtian had met Zhang Jinyi when they were hiding in the little world in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. For this reason, he recognized Zhang Jinyi immediately. It's been 100 years, but he still hasn't left the Southern Heaven territory. It seems like the Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory still hasn't given up on Huan. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Brother Lingtian, he's from the Phantom Fox clan. Moreover, I think I've seen him somewhere before. He looks familiar to me. I think he looks familiar. Duan Lingtian heard Huan's voice transmission. Huan, do you remember when we were hiding in the Palace Master's little world in the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion 100 years ago? Duan Lingtian reminded Huan. It's him. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan finally remembered. After all, if it had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian, she would not take it to heart. Huan, leave him to me. I'll kill him. Don't make a move. Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission, if he finds out you're 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox and reports back to the Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory. We're not afraid of leaving the spirit overarching heaven. However, the Palace Master and the others will be implicated. That's why we can't let him spread the news of you back to the heavenly weave after discovering your identity. Duan Lingtian's voice was very serious. He and Huan could simply leave. However, the profound Nether Mansion was different. He was indebted to the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion, so he did not want to leave a threat behind before he left. If the main Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory made a move, the profound Nether Mansion would be annihilated. At that time, even the clans that supported the profound Nether Mansion would not dare to interfere. Big Brother Lingtian, I understand. Upon hearing the seriousness in Duan Lingtian's words, Huan Er's expression turned slightly solemn. The turbulent celestial origin energy in her body gradually calmed down as well. Who are you? From what you're saying, you're waiting for us. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Jini calmly and asked, Not bad. Zhang Jini nodded. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, golden light erupted from his body as he charged toward Huan Er. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhang Jinyi, who was charging toward him. Zhang Jinyi's eyes flashed coldly. You're no match for me. Zhang Jinyi stopped moving and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said coldly, You're not even as strong as her, right? Let her deal with you. If you want her to deal with you, you'll have to defeat me first. Duan Lingtian smirked. If Zhang Jinyi had said he was no match for him 100 years ago, he would have been speechless. However, now he did not take Zhang Jinyi seriously at all. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Jinyi's eyes turned cold. At this moment, a wave of spiritual energy that was compressed by his soul energy spread out and swept toward Duan Lingtian. This was the innate ability of a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan. It allowed him to distract his opponent for a split second. When Zhang Jinyi's spiritual energy landed on Duan Lingtian, he was shocked to discover that Duan Lingtian was not affected at all. Instead, Duan Lingtian merely looked at him with a faint smile on his face. So this is all you have? Your spiritual energy isn't bad. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Duan Lingtian grinned. Earlier, Zhang Jinyi's spiritual energy had attacked Duan Lingtian's soul. However, it was easily blocked by the profound divine metal, one of the 5 divine elements in his body. Although the profound divine metal was only in its 3rd form, it could borrow Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy. As long as it was not a soul attack that was much stronger than his soul, the profound divine metal could easily block it. You have a soul defense king grade celestial weapon? Zhang Jinyi asked in a deep voice as his eyes widened slightly. A soul defense king grade celestial weapon could easily block most soul attacks from celestial lords. Just take it as a yes. In any case, this move of yours is useless against me. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had learned that Zhang Jinyi was using an innate ability of a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan. It was an innate ability of a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan. However, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of this attack at all. If a celestial lord from the Phantom Fox clan had used this technique, he might have been wary of it. However, Zhang Jinyi was only a 10-direction celestial king, so he was not worried about it at all. Since it's useless against you, I'll use my full strength to crush you, Zhang Jinyi said with a smile. Golden light shone from his body as the silhouette of a guardian king appeared around him. The guardian king, grade, profundity. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian discovered the profundity Zhang Jinyi had cast was the law of metal's guardian, profundity. The guardian king grade profundity was mainly defensive, but it could also increase the user's strength. Following that, Zhang Jinyi raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. Black mist swirled around the sword, and blood-red inscriptions could be seen on the sword. Your royal grade celestial sword is stronger than ordinary royal grade celestial weapons. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell the sword in Zhang Jinyi's hand was extraordinary. Although it was not as good as the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring that was a combination of the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, it was still superior to ordinary royal grade celestial weapons. I'll take your life in 3 strikes at most, Zhang Jinyi said coldly. Then he turned into a ray of golden light and shot toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. However, before he could get close to Duan Lingtian had already teleported away. At the same time, Huan Er had also teleported away to watch the battle from afar. Huan Er's location was perfect. if Zhang Jini wanted to attack her, he would have to pass by Duan Lingtian. At that time, he would definitely be blocked by Duan Lingtian. Therefore, if Zhang Jini wanted to attack Huan, he would have to defeat or even kill Duan Lingtian first. I'd like to see how many times you can dodge. Zhang Jin transformed into a streak of golden light again and flew toward Duan Lingtian like a shooting star in the night sky. This time, Zhang Jini seemed to have become one with the sword in his hand, a long and narrow sword ray that emitted a sharp aura shot out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A strange sound rang in the air as the sword ray pierced through the void. It was as though the void was about to be torn apart. Do I need to dodge to deal with you? Duan Lingtian sneered as a celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity. With 99 heavenly veins, although Duan Lingtian was only a 9 palaces celestial king, his celestial origin energy was much faster than most 10 directions celestial kings. Zhang Jini was one of them. At the same time, Zhang Jini's spatial territory spread out with Duan Lingtian in the center, blocking Zhang Jini's path as soon as he entered the spatial territory. It was difficult for the golden sword ray to move in the spatial territory. This was because the spatial territory contained Duan Lingtian's spatial territory profundity and the distortion profundity. Your comprehension of the law of space isn't bad, but it's nothing compared to me, Zhang Jini. Zhang Jin let out a cold snort, following which the golden sword light suddenly expanded once again, and the speed of its advance suddenly increased. Swoosh! The sword ray flashed and easily penetrated the spatial territory before it flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Just in time. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a golden light as he faced the incoming sword ray. Without dodging, he threw a punch at the air. 3 spatial tiers appeared in the air as 3 cross-dimensional /profundity appeared. In the next moment, the chaotic spatial energy merged with the 3 cross-dimensional /profundity and formed a fist silhouette that met the golden sword ray head-on. The fist silhouette contained all the offensive profundities from the law of space that Duan Lingtian had comprehended. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as the golden sword ray was completely destroyed by the fist silhouette. At the same time, a wretched figure was sent flying into the distance. At this moment, the silhouette of a blood-red armor appeared on Zhang Jini's body. It was his defensive celestial weapon, a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said with a faint smile on his face, "If it weren't for this celestial weapon, you'd be dead by now." "How's that possible?" Zhang Jini looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. "How did you defeat me without using a celestial weapon? How many profundities from the law of space have you comprehended to the initial stage?" A 9 palaces celestial king was able to defeat him without using a celestial weapon. Moreover, he had only managed to survive because of his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He could not accept this. After all, he was one of the top 3 powerhouses in the Zhang clan and the Phantom Fox clan who were below the Celestial Lord Realm. However, a 9 palaces celestial king who was much stronger than him had appeared in a small place like the Southern Heaven Territory. "Do you want to know?" Duan Lingtian asked with a grin on his face. Zhang Jini narrowed his eyes. He was about to listen to Duan Lingtian's next words when he suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his spot, leaving only a silhouette that gradually disappeared before Zhang Jini's eyes. This is bad. Chapter 32:12. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the 7-colored sword ray disappeared and reappeared next to Zhang Jin, who was holding his identity, Jade, token. Just as Zhang Jin was about to crush his identity token, The seven-colored sword light had already whizzed past and cut him into two from top to bottom. Although he was wearing a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, it was still sliced in half by the sword strike as though it was made of paper. Zhang Jin-yi was a direct descendant of the Zhang clan's main clan in the Phantom Fox clan. He had stayed in the Southern Heaven Territory for 100 years before he died in the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Even Zhang Jin-yi himself would never have dreamed that he would end up like this. Huaner, let's go. After taking Zhang Jinyi's celestial weapon and spatial ring, Duan, Lingtian, and Huan left the Southern Heaven Territory together. Before they left, they glanced at the two tightly shut entrances. Even now, the two void doors showed no signs of opening. Clearly, the four people in the prison had yet to decide the final victor. In the upper seven regions, in the Heavenly Territory, in the Zhang clan's main clan in the Phantom Fox clan, Grand Elder, Zhang Jinyi's soul pearl has shattered. Zhang Jinyi's shattered soul pearl was discovered by someone who immediately reported it to the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. What? The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan's expression changed drastically. He rose to his feet. What's going on? Isn't he supposed to be in the Southern Heaven Territory? How dare someone from the Southern Heaven Territory attack him? The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan quickly summoned the Phantom Fox clan's main clan member, who was in charge of handling matters in the Southern Heaven Territory. Zhang Jin-yi is dead. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan's main clan member's expression changed drastically. What? Zhang Jin-yi is dead? Ask the clan leader of the Southern Heaven Territory's branch clan what happened. If he doesn't give us an explanation, he won't be able to live anymore. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan said in a deep voice. Yes, a special communication celestial talisman was sent from the main Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory to the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory. What? When Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory, received the news, his expression changed drastically. Isn't he in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Is it possible that he was killed by a celestial lord in the upper realm after the scoreboard was reset? He wanted to know what had happened. However, even after using a series of methods, he still could not figure out what had happened. However, there's one thing that I can confirm. Based on the ranking of the envoy back then, it's very likely that he entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm. But in the 3rd grade Secret Realm, what kind of threat could he possibly face? Could it be that he was killed by the erased spirit inside? Although there were a few formation spirits in the Grade 3 Secret Realm that posed a threat to Zhang Jinyi, with Zhang Jinyi's strength, he could still flee even if he could not defeat them. In the 3rd grade Secret Realm, there was no erased spirit that could make Zhang Jinyi unable to escape. Duan, Lingtian, and Huan entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm as well. It did not take long for Zhang Dongnan to learn about this matter. His expression turned grim as he thought to himself, if it's really the same Huan from back then, she was already so powerful when she wasn't even 100 years old. It's not impossible for her to be strong enough to kill the envoy after 100 years. With this thought in mind, Zhang Dongnan sent the news to the main clan in the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. The main clan leader reported Zhang Dongnan's reply to the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. Make a trip to the Southern Heaven Territory and investigate this matter. No matter who the culprit is, anyone who dares to kill a direct descendant of the Zhang clan will have to die. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan said in a deep voice. Yes, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan nodded and left for the transporting formation in the Devata realms. Meanwhile, in the Grade 3 Secret Realm in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan, Lingtian, and Huan encountered a formation spirit guarding a treasure. However, the formation spirit was so weak that it was easily destroyed by Duan Lingtian with just a punch. Following that, they continued to search, for formation spirits. Now that Zhang Jini is dead, the main clan will definitely send someone to investigate this matter. Huan, and I are undoubtedly the prime suspects. However, even if they suspect us, they won't do anything to the profound nether mansion. After all, they can't be sure if Huan is really 1,000 Phantoms Icefox. Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox Clan's branch clan, thinks we've left the profound nether mansion. Even if we haven't left the profound nether mansion, with his intelligence, he won't drag the profound nether mansion into this mess. He won't dare to offend Huan and me. Although Duan Lingtian had only met Zhang Dongnan twice, Zhang Dongnan had left a deep impression on him during their first meeting. It was not difficult to tell Zhang Dongnan was a cunning person. If Zhang Dongnan wanted to betray the profound nether mansion, he would have to consider the consequences of offending Duan Lingtian and Huan. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Huan were not a threat to Zhang Dongnan. However, what about in the future? With Zhang Dongnan's intelligence, Duan Lingtian was certain Zhang Dongnan would figure this out. For this reason, Duan Lingtian continued to wander around the Grade 3 secret realm with Huan, as though nothing had happened. Although Huan had to use her full strength to kill the powerful weapon spirit, she still did not manage to break through and become a celestial lord. At this time, only half a day remained before the 10th day was up. Huan, let's leave the spirit overarching heaven and head to the Jade Emperor Heaven. After bidding farewell to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian left the upper realm with Huan. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the spirit overarching heaven through a transporting formation in one of the cities under the profound nether mansion's control. Meanwhile, in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the people who had entered the Grade 3 secret realm began to leave. When Duan Lingtian left, he deliberately found 2 black robes that covered his entire body and concealed his appearance. Nobody would be able to recognize him or remember his appearance when he left. After all, he did not want to bring trouble to the profound nether mansion. Meanwhile, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox Clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory began to look for people who had left the Grade 3 secret realm to ask about Zhang Jini. He's very strong. Before he even entered the Grade 3 secret realm, he already killed someone who offended him. However, after entering the Grade 3 secret realm, he didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he stood guard in front of the 3 void entrances, as though he was waiting for someone to come out. Zhang Dongnan and the elder from the main Phantom Fox Clan's branch in the Heaven Territory heard about Zhang Jini. Do you think Huan, the 1,000 Phantoms Icefox, is the person who killed Zhang Jini? The elder from the main family stared at Zhang Dongnan and asked in a deep voice, "It's possible. However, I don't understand why Huan entered the Grade 3 secret realm if she's so strong. I have a feeling that she's an imposter. Even though the emissary followed her into the Grade 3 secret realm, I can't be sure if she's the real Huan. Moreover, it's possible that the messenger crushed his identity jade token and left the Grade 3 secret realm when he was certain Huan wasn't among the group of people. Then he might be killed outside the secret realm. After all, during the past few decades, none of the envoys entered the upper realm through our branch's estate. Even I don't know where they went." Zhang Dongnan said, "If that's the case, looking for the murder of the emissary is like looking for a needle in a haystack." From the beginning to the end, Zhang Dongnan had been leading the Zhang family patriarch and the elders in a different direction, saying that he felt that an immortal emperor must have killed Zhang Jini. And this matter was gradually becoming more and more confusing. It was just as Duan Lingtian had thought. Zhang Dongnan did not mention anything about the profound nether mansion at all. It was clear he did not want to stir up any trouble. Of course, although he was punished in the end, the punishment was neither light nor heavy, so he didn't care. No matter what, he was the clan leader of the Zhang clan's branch in the Phantom Fox clan. Unless he committed a crime, the main Phantom Fox clan would not do anything to him. Moreover, The biggest problem with Zhang Jini's death was that Zhang Jini had left the Phantom Fox clan's branch on his own, and no one knew where he had gone. Therefore, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Phantom Fox clan, was not implicated in this matter. Continue to investigate this matter. If you can find the murderer and avenge Zhang Jini, the main clan won't mistreat you. The elder from the main clan said to Zhang Dongnan before he left the Southern Heaven territory. However, Zhang Dongnan ignored the elder's words. In fact, he was more inclined to believe that Zhang Jini was killed by Huan, or 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. For this reason, he had a feeling that Huan Er's growth was unstoppable. How strong would she be in 100 years? Even if she was still a 10 Directions Celestial King, based on the strength she had displayed 100 years ago, her current strength would definitely be extraordinary. In 100 years, she would definitely be on par with him. He was only the clan leader of the Zhang clan's branch in the Phantom Fox clan. All he wanted to do was to protect his territory. Before Huan had matured, he still had some thoughts about her. However, now that she had matured, he did not want to bring trouble upon himself. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhang Dongnan to be so much smarter than he had imagined. Moreover, Zhang Dongnan knew how to play safe. In the Jade Emperor Heaven. This time, Duan Lingtian did not bring Huan to the Equal Heaven territory. Instead, he brought her to a territory called the Nando territory. The Nando territory was known as the Upper 8 territories in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Its status in the Jade Emperor Heaven was similar to the Upper 7 territories in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. On the other hand, the Equal Heaven territory was only a small territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Huan, let's stay in this city for now. We'll make our next move after we learn more about the situation. Chapter 32:13. Shuyang City was a city in the Nando territory, one of the 8 regions of the Jade Emperor Heavens. It was a city under the clear Celestial Sect. The pure Celestial Sect is a grade 6 sect. Its strength is on par with the grade 6 celestial mansions in the Spirit Overarching Heavens, Southern Heaven territory. However, such a sect only controls 2 small cities in the Nando territory. The Nando territory is indeed worthy of being one of the 8 territories of the Jade Emperor Heavens. A 6th grade sect doesn't even have much of a presence here. After arriving at Suyang City for a few days, Duan Lingtian had learned about the situation in Suyang City through a series of channels. Just like the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the center of the Spirit Overarching Heaven is called the Spirit Overarching Territory. Even the 7 upper regions, including the Heavenly Territory, are only 7 territories that surround it. The Heavenly Emperor of the Spirit Overarching Heaven is in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. There are also many Heaven Grade forces and Grade 1 forces in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. The center of the Jade Emperor Heaven is called the Jade Emperor Territory. It is surrounded by the upper 8 regions, including the Nando Territory. Over the past few days, not only had Duan Lingtian learned about Suyangqing, but he had also gained a better understanding of the Nando Weave. In the upper 8 regions of the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Nando Weave was a very special and strange existence. The other 7 territories in the upper province of the Jade Emperor Heaven were ruled by titled celestial emperors. However, there were no titled celestial emperors in the Nando territory. In the past, there were titled celestial emperors who had entered the Nando territory in an attempt to take over the territory, but they had all died. After all, the 3 strongest forces in the Nando territory were capable of killing titled celestial emperors. Unless a titled celestial emperor brought a powerful force to the Nando territory and established a strong foundation, it was impossible for him to control the Nando territory. The Nando territory could be considered a very special territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Some people even said The three strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory had powerhouses whose strength was comparable to titled celestial emperors. However, none of them had obtained a title from the title temple. In short, the top forces in the Southern Heaven territory could be summed up in one word: chaos. The Nando territory is dominated by three Grade 1 forces. One of them is a clan. The other force was a sect. There's also a group of immortal beasts. There are still some Grade 1 factions below them. However, in terms of strength, they are inferior to them. After learning about the situation in the Nanda territory, Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. It's impossible for me to go to the immortal beast tribe of the three great factions. Only that clan and that sect can be considered. Clans and sects are more inclined towards sections. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived in the Jade Emperor Heaven, he knew he had to join a powerful force to obtain more resources if he wanted to grow stronger as quickly as possible. If he stayed in the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory, he would at most join a Grade 5 force like the 10 major clans or the 5 major sects. There were many Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. There was no doubt that joining a Grade 1 force would be a good choice for him. However, it's not easy to join a Grade 1 force. Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on as he thought to himself, I'll have to ask around to see if there's a way to join a Grade 1 force. While Huan-Er was in closed-door cultivation and sleeping to comprehend the law of space, Duan Lingtian went out alone to gather information. A month later, he finally found out something. Every 1,000 years, the Genius Secret Realm in the Nando territory opens. At that time, all celestial lords below the age of 1,000 are allowed to explore the Secret Realm. There are treasures left behind by the ancestors of the various first-rate forces in the Nando territory. There are ordinary Emperor-grade celestial weapons, defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons, and even Soul defensive Royal-grade celestial weapons. There are also celestial pills and celestial fruits that can help celestial lords cultivate. Apart from the young prodigies from the various first-rate forces in the Nando territory who are searching for various fortuitous encounters, outsiders can also enter. If their performance is outstanding, they might even be invited to join the first-rate forces in the Southern Heaven territory. The Genius Secret Realm was one of the ways to join a first-rate force in the Nando territory. It took Duan Lingtian a month to find out about this. It was his favorite way to join a first-rate force in the Nando territory. If he used this method to join a first-rate force, he would not be mistreated and would be heavily nurtured. After all, if he could perform well in the Genius Secret Realm, it meant he had a lot of potential. Therefore, any first-rate force would be willing to spend a lot of effort to nurture him. Although there are other ways to enter the Secret Realm, I'll only be an ordinary disciple in the first-rate force. If I want to be valued, I'll have to perform well. On top of that, there are bound to be obstructions in the process. After all, there are jealous people everywhere. I'm not afraid of being hindered, but I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. In that case, I'll just have to wait for the Genius Secret Realm to open. There are only 60 years left until the Genius Secret Realm opens again. She'll definitely be able to break through and become a celestial lord in 60 years. However, I'll feel pressured. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to become a celestial lord from a 9 palaces celestial king in 60 years. Even the top prodigies from the various first-rate forces in the Nando territory would need at least 100 years to break through and become a celestial lord. It was extremely difficult to break through each stage, let alone become a celestial lord from a 10 directions celestial king. Duan Lingtian was only a step away from breaking through to the 10 directions celestial realm. However, he only had 60 years left. Although he was quite talented, had many trump cards, and was very helpful in improving his cultivation, he was still not as good as the top geniuses of the various first-grade forces in the Nando territory. Although those prodigies don't have the main branch from the divine tree of life they still have other cultivation resources to help them cultivate. The effects are definitely not inferior to the main branch from the divine tree of life, regardless of their cultivation bases. In terms of comprehending profundities, there's still no match for me or Huan. The supreme powerhouse divinity could be said to be Duan Ling Tian's greatest advantage and advantage. Although the first-rate forces in the Nando territory also had cultivation resources that could help young prodigies comprehend the laws, it was impossible for them to comprehend the laws as fast as the supreme powerhouse divinity. I can only do my best in 60 years. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Since he only had 60 years left, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay in Suyang City for long. As soon as Huan woke up, they left Suyang City. Huan had put on her veil and bamboo hat again. She had requested this, even though she did not like it. They were in the Nando territory. Although they were strong, they were only comparable to ordinary celestial lords. In the Nando territory, where titled celestial lords were everywhere, it would be difficult for them to move around if they did not keep a low profile. Brother Ling Tian, why don't I give you 6 more drops of my origin blood essence? Huan asked Duan Lingtian when she learned about Duan Lingtian's plan. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The 10th drop of your origin blood essence is of little help to me. Even if I take 6 more drops, I'll barely be able to break through to the 10 directions, Celestial King Realm. Although Huan Er's origin blood essence was good, the more it was consumed, the less effective it would be. Moreover, he was very clear in his heart. Every time she drained her origin blood essence, it was excruciating. It was no less painful than pulling her nails out of her hands. Even though he had known about this for a long time, Huan had never told him that she was going to extract 10 drops of blood essence. Otherwise, he would have stopped her. By the time he realized what was going on, she had already delivered 10 drops of blood essence to him. He couldn't decide if he should take them or not. Huan, don't ever mention anything about the origin blood essence again. Brother Ling Tian doesn't want you to withdraw your origin blood essence behind Brother Ling Tian's back. Otherwise, Brother Ling Tian will never talk to you again. Duan Ling Tian said sternly. In truth, he had wanted to say the same thing to Huan the last time, but he held himself back because he felt that it was too harsh. This time, the thought surfaced in his mind again, and he finally said it out loud. Although it was a little harsh, he felt it was necessary to say it to prevent Huan from acting first and reporting to him later. I understand, Brother Ling Tian. Huan Er's eyes were filled with tears. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, tears welled up in Huan Er's eyes. She looked so pitiful that even Duan Lingtian regretted his decision. However, this thought was forcefully suppressed by him very quickly. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Huan wandered around Suyang City for a while before they slowly made their way out of the city. In the end, they decided to temporarily join a 6th grade sect so that they would not have to wander around aimlessly in search of fortuitous encounters. There were only 2 basic celestial lords in the 6th grade sect. Their strength was mediocre, and their comprehension of the law of profundity was inferior to Jun Chongshan, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall in the Wind, Thunder, Tao sect in the Spirit, Overarching Heavens, Southern Heaven Territory. When Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the sect, Huan easily defeated one of the 2 celestial lords. With this, the 2 basic celestial lords enthusiastically invited Duan Lingtian and Huan to join their sect. The 6th grade sect was called the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Huan had chosen this sect because she found its name pleasing to the ears. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's estate was located in the depths of an ice field north of the Nando territory. Chapter 30-214. Apart from the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect, There were 3 other Grade 6 forces in the northern icy plains of the Nando territory. They were a Rank 6 sect and 2 Rank 6 clans. After Duan, Lingtian, and Huan, joined the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect and became revered elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. They stayed in the valley where the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect cultivated. This was the best place in the entire Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Even the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect had a cultivation room here. Apart from the sect leader and the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, no one from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect was allowed to enter. However, there were now 2 more people who could enter the secret realm. They were Duan Lingtian and Huan. Brother Lingtian, I like it here. Huan smiled at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in front of a stone table in the courtyard. She stood under a small tree in the middle of the courtyard and gently swayed the branches of the small tree. Now, Duan Lingtian was drinking tea in front of the stone table. The tea was given to him by the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. It was called the Cloud Calming Snow Tea. It was said that the tea was grown by the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, and it was said to be beneficial to those below the Celestial Duke Realm. However, for Duan Lingtian, he could only appreciate the taste. He had to admit that the taste was pretty good. Since you like this place, why don't you stay here for the time being? With the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect as our eyes and ears, we'll be able to find out about the fortuitous encounters and participate in the competition. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something, and his gaze fell on the outside of the courtyard. At this moment, 3 figures could be seen making their way toward Duan Lingtian. The 2 figures in the lead were familiar faces. They were none other than the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. As for the middle-aged man following behind them, although Duan Lingtian had never seen him before, it was not difficult for him to guess the middle-aged man's identity. The sect master of the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect, Chai Xiongyi, revered Elder Huan, revered Elder Lingtian. The 3 of them stood outside the door. The 2 old men in the lead greeted Duan Lingtian and Huan. Come in. Only after Duan Lingtian spoke did the 3 of them dare to push the door open and enter. At this moment, the middle-aged man standing behind the 2 old men bowed at Duan Lingtian and Huan. Sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Chai Xiongyi, greets the 2 revered elders. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past Chai Xiongyi and landed on the other 2 old men. The 2 old men were the supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The sturdy old man on the left was Lianqing. He was not a match for Huaner at all. After all, even if Duan Lingtian used a royal-grade celestial weapon, he was still no match for Huan, who was not using a celestial weapon. The skinny old man on the right was Hao Wang. After Huan had defeated Lianqing, he did not even have the courage to make a move. These 2 old men were the 2 strongest people in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. They were the pillars of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Revered elders, are you willing to help me with this matter? Lianqing, he asked in a somewhat restrained manner. Speak. Duan Lingtian looked at Lianqing, indifferently. He was curious about the matter Lianqing he was referring to. If it was within his ability, he would not mind helping them. After all, he planned to stay here with Huan for a while. It would be more convenient for him to give them some benefits. It's like this. Lianqing, he began to explain. As Lianqing has spoke, he explained the ins and outs of the matter. In the depths of the northern ice field, there is a mysterious glacier valley. If you cultivate there, not only will you be able to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth very quickly, you will also be able to sense the ice laws. That place was discovered by the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect and the other 3 forces in the northern ice field. Initially, we agreed that each force would be allowed to stay there for 3 months. However, since Hao Wang and I weren't strong enough to keep up with the celestial lords from the 3 forces, we were only able to stay in the valley for a month. Now that we have 2 revered elders in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, it won't be difficult for us to snatch back the 3 months that should have been ours. I wonder if the 2 of you are willing to help. Lianqing, he asked anxiously. After all, the 2 revered elders had just joined the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. It did not seem right for them to ask them to help them, even though they had not given them any benefits. There's such a place? Duan Lingtian was curious when he heard Lianqing's words. After all, he knew the place would not have such an effect for no reason. There must be some secret hidden there. Just like the places controlled by the more powerful forces, there would usually be some kind of hidden treasure that could turn that place into a treasure trove. If the treasure was taken away, the place would be turned into a wasteland. Yes, Hao Wang nodded. Don't tell me you didn't go and check what's hidden inside? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's not that we didn't investigate, but there was nothing we could do. There's a powerful formation beneath the place. Previously, the celestial lords from the 4 forces had joined forces to attack the place, but they were severely injured by the backlash. Hao Wang smiled bitterly. It's precisely because of this that no one dared to investigate the treasures inside. Moreover, we're already satisfied with having such a blessed place to cultivate and comprehend the laws of ice. Aren't they afraid that the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect would be unwilling to let the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect stay there and spread the news? Duan Lingtian asked. It's because they took this into consideration that they left a month for us. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have given us a month's time. Lianqing smiled wryly. Lead the way, Huan, and I will follow you to have a look. Duan Lingtian was curious about the place as well. He called out to Huan, before he left the courtyard with Lianqing and the others. The 5 of them left the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's estate and headed north. After traveling for about 15 minutes, the 3 of them slowed down. Duan Lingtian and Huan did the same. At this moment, they arrived at a glacial valley that was filled with frigid air. What a dense, frigid air! As Duan Lingtian looked at the glacier valley in front of him that was emitting cold air, he could feel the cold aura that was contained within the valley. It was as though it could directly enter his body and freeze all the bones in his body. Revered elders, this is the place we were talking about. Chai Xiong-yi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, said to Duan Lingtian and Huan. According to our agreement, the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect was supposed to enter half a month ago. We'll be able to stay in there for 3 months, starting from half a month ago. Even if we start now, we can still stay there for 2.5 months. Lianqing, he said to Duan Lingtian. For this reason, we'd like to ask both of you to help us regain the 2 months we've lost. In the future, both of you will be able to cultivate and comprehend the law of ice with us in there. Over there, the speed at which one comprehends the law of ice is extremely fast. If we can cultivate here for 3 months every year, it would take at most 1,000 years for us to comprehend the law of ice, and our comprehension of the law of ice would surpass our comprehension of the law of ice. Lianqing thought his words were tempting to Duan Lingtian and Huan. However, the truth was they were not tempted at all. Can't the celestial lords from the 4 major forces cultivate in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect together? Why is there a need for each force to cultivate for 3 months? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Revered Elder Lingtian, there's something you don't understand. Hao Wang said with a wry smile on his face. The fewer people there are, the better the effect. It's much easier to cultivate and comprehend the law of ice in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. So, if Huan and I enter the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect with you, your cultivation speed and comprehension of the law of ice will slow down as well. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. That's right, Hao Wang nodded. However, the three of us have come to an agreement. If we can get back 2 months, we'll cultivate with the two of you for 1 month. For the remaining month, the two of you will cultivate in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. We won't enter the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Apart from that, the two of you can enter the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect to cultivate in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Hao Wang said. This way, you won't be able to earn much. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. Everyone lives for their reputation. If the two of you can get back 2 months, it'll be a great honor for us and the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. That's more than enough for us, Lian Qinghe said. All right, let's go. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly before he led Huan into the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. As soon as they entered the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, figures entered their sights. They were an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and a young man. Who's there? As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan entered the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, the 4 middle-aged men opened their eyes and rose to their feet. Then they glared at Duan Lingtian and Huan. It's the people from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The old man's sharp eyes saw the 2 supreme elders and the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect standing behind Duan Lingtian and Huan. Are you going to scram on your own, or do you want me to send you away? Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at the 4 middle-aged men. Chai Xiongyi, what's the meaning of this? Why did you bring outsiders here? Have you forgotten the agreement between the 4 sects? Chapter 32:15. Chai Xiongyi, Lian Qinghe, and Hao Wang Tongjin. These 2 aren't outsiders. Chai Xiongyi replied indifferently. They're the 2 revered elders who recently joined the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. This is revered Elder Duan Lingtian, and this is revered Elder Huan. Following that, Chai Xiongyi introduced Duan Lingtian and Huan to the 4 people who were staring at him with unsightly expressions. Revered elders, they're from the Tong clan. The Tong clan is one of the 4 grade 6 forces in the northern tundra. Tong Jin is the clan leader of the Tong clan, and the other 3 are the supreme elders of the Tong clan. After introducing Duan Lingtian and Huan to the 4 people, Chai Xiongyi introduced them to Duan Lingtian and Huan. Huan, send them away. A hint of coldness flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he saw the 4 people in front of him had no intention of paying him any heed. Yes, Brother Lingtian, Huan replied. At the same time, a terrifying wave of mental energy spread out from her body and enveloped the 4 people from the Tong clan. While the 4 people from the Tong clan were momentarily affected by Huan's mental energy fluctuation, Duan Lingtian had already teleported to their sides. He lifted them up one by one and threw them out of the glacier valley. Bang! 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 When the 4 people regained their senses, they felt a sharp pain in their bodies. They discovered they were no longer in the glacier valley. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw this. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan. These 2 people aren't even celestial lords. Why are they so terrifying? If the purple-clad young man didn't hold back earlier, we would have died. The old man from the Tong clan said with an unsightly expression on his face. I'm certain that woman is only a 10-direction celestial king, while the man is only a 9 palaces celestial king. Since when did 2 mere immortal kings possess such strength? The other middle-aged man's expression was unsightly as well. Based on Huan's soul aura and Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy, he was able to determine their true cultivation bases. The ones who threw the 4 immortal emperors out were actually 2 immortal kings. In the past, when others told them that there was an immortal king who could do this, they would definitely not believe it. But now it happened to them. so they had no choice but to believe it. I feel that we were too careless. Otherwise, how could we have allowed them to take advantage of us? Tong Jin said in a deep voice. I think so too. The last middle-aged man felt the same way. In an instant, 2 of the 4 people stepped into the air one after another. Clearly, they wanted to step into the glacier valley again. If you dare to come in again, you won't be leaving today. Duan Lingtian said coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha. I advise the 4 of you not to take any chances. Even if Lien Qinghe and I join forces, we're not a match for any of the 2 revered elders of the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect. Hao Wang laughed heartily. Naturally, his words were meant to intimidate the 4 people from the Tong clan. The 4 people from the Tong clan were indeed intimidated. Various expressions flashed across their faces before they finally left. Chai Xiongyi Hawang Lien Qinghe. The Snow Horizon Immortal Sect's stay in the Glacier Valley isn't decided by the Tong clan alone. If the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect wants to take back the 3 months, you'll have to obtain the agreement of the 3 clans first. Before he left, he looked at Chai Xiongyi and the other 2 immortal emperors coldly and said in a deep voice, We'll go to the 1,000 Search Celestial Sect and the Situ clan now. I only hope that the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect can convince the 3 clans. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people from the Tong clan flew away. Humph. So what if all the celestial lords from the 3 clans are here? We have 2 revered elders of the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect. If they dare to be arrogant, don't blame us for taking away their time in the Glacier Valley. Lien Qinghe snorted and said, You can't say that. We can only say that the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect is taking back their time. Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hao Wang and Chai Xiongyi, who were standing at the side, felt reassured. At this moment, Duan Lingtian began to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Glacier Valley. Indeed, it was very dense. With the help of the Divine Tree of Life's main branch, his cultivation speed would be able to reach a higher level. In addition, in this Glacier Valley, he also felt a bone-chilling aura. That aura gave him a mysterious feeling. Sometimes he felt that it was easy to grasp, but in the blink of an eye, he felt that there was no way to grasp it. The law of ice. When Duan Lingtian recalled what Chai Xiongyi and the other 2 immortal emperors had said earlier, it was not difficult for him to guess it was the law of ice. The law of ice was something that could not be touched or touched. One could only rely on oneself to comprehend it. Brother Lingtian, there seems to be something down there. The aura here seems to be coming from that direction. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard Huan Er's voice transmission. At this moment, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and discovered what Huan I was talking about. That must be the place that's shrouded by the formation. However, even if they join forces, they still can't break the formation. Brother Lingtian, this formation is indeed very powerful. However, I seem to have records of this formation in my memories. If I remember correctly, this formation is called the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation. It's usually used to suppress things of extreme cold. Huan continued to speak to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. The Swirling Freezing Sky Formation? Duan Lingtian was confused. Then he asked the 5 divine elements in his body, Do you know what the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation is? The Profound Divine Metal, Chaos Divine Flame, and Chaos Divine Earth in his body had ancient memories. It could be said that they were like encyclopedias. It was only natural that they had some understanding of the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation. The Swirling Freezing Sky Formation? Lad, are you telling the truth? The Chaos Divine Flame and Profound Divine Metal asked one after another. Hints of shock could be heard in their voices. If it's really the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation, then it must be suppressing something of extreme cold. Normally, The thing suppressed by the swirling freezing sky formation is extremely powerful to an artifact soul. The chaos divine, Earth's childish voice, rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Lad, the swirling freezing sky formation is set up by a titled celestial emperor. Don't even think about breaking it. The only thing you can do is let Huang have a look. She's the artifact soul of a divine artifact, so the swirling freezing sky formation won't reject her. Duan Lingtian nodded. Huang. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Then he nodded. All right. Following that, under the shocked gazes of the three men from the Snow Horizon celestial sect, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and struck the ground, creating a huge ice crater. At the same time, a chilling light shot out of the ice crater. It's the formation. Chai Xiongyi's expression was grim as he said, Lord Revered Elder, I'm afraid even a titled celestial lord might not be able to break this formation. You. Chai Xiong, he was about to advise Duan Lingtian not to waste his time when Duan Lingtian dove into the ice crater. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the three from the Snow Horizon celestial sect's disciples changed drastically. They wanted to step forward, but Huan had already stepped in front of them, preventing them from taking another step forward. Revered Elder Huan, we just wanted to warn Revered Elder Lingtian that the formation is not an ordinary formation. If he uses brute force, he'll be injured. Lien, Qing has said with a bitter smile on his face. Revered Elder Lingtian, just look at the formation. Don't rashly attack it. Hao Wang reminded Duan Lingtian, who had already entered the ice crater. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian had no intention of attacking the formation under the ice pit. He hovered in the air inside the ice pit. Below the ice pit was a layer of light at the edge of the formation that looked like a glass cover. However, the light was so cold that he could not see what was happening inside. Huang, go. Duan Lingtian called out to Huang, who was in his body. Go and see if that thing is useful to you. If it's useful to you, it'll be good fortune for you. I'll bring the 7 orifices, exquisite, sword with me. After a few moments, a silhouette appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was a graceful woman with a seductive appearance. She wore a rainbow-colored robe that was dazzling. She looked like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. All right. Upon hearing Huang Ui's words, Duan Lingtian took out the 7 orifices, exquisite sword and handed it to her. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to use the thing inside the formation to merge with the 7 orifices, exquisite sword and become its sword soul. At the same time, I'll be able to leave the 7 orifices, exquisite sword and reveal my true form. After Huang took the 7 orifices, exquisite sword from Duan Lingtian, she entered the formation at Duan Lingtian's feet. Although Duan Lingtian could not enter the formation, Huang was able to pass through it with the 7 orifices, exquisite sword. From the beginning until the end, she did not encounter any obstruction at all. It was as though she was returning home. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was the only one who saw this. Before entering the formation, Duan Lingtian had told Huang not to let the 3 people from the Snow Horizon celestial sect near the formation because he did not want them to see her and the 7 orifices, exquisite sword. Swoosh! After Huang entered the formation with the 7 orifices, exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian rose into the air and left the ice pit before he returned to the glacier valley. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the ice shards that flew out of the crater were all sent back into the ice crater, and the ice crater was once again filled up as the ice water flowed over the surface of the ice pit that had been filled. A wisp of cold air spread out. The ice water condensed and smoothed the ice pit again. At first glance, there was no trace of the ice pit at all. If the 7 orifices, exquisite sword and Huang completely merge, its power will increase tremendously. Since Huang Can leave the 7 orifices exquisite sword and reveal her true form. Her strength must be extraordinary as well. Chapter 32:16. Duan Lingtian and Huan. I had only stayed in Glacier Valley for half a day when they were awakened by Chai Xiong-yi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Revered elders, the people from the Tong clan are here again. The people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect are here as well. Upon hearing Chai Xiong-yi's voice, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. With just a glance, he saw the 4 people from the Tong clan flying toward them in the distance. There were 5 other people in the group as well. 2 of them were standing close to each other, while the other 3 were standing closer to each other. Those 2 old fogies are from the Situ clan. As for the other 3, they're the 3 guardians of the Thousand Search Celestial Sect. All of them are one basic Celestial Kings. Naturally, the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect each have a Celestial Lord as well. Even their clan leaders aren't here. Before the 9 people entered Glacier Valley, Chai Xiong-yi said to Duan Lingtian. As soon as Chai Xiong-yi finished speaking, the 9 figures had already entered Glacier Valley. It's the 2 of them. Chai Xiong-yi said they're the revered elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. But I think they're reinforcements. Otherwise, how could the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect attract them to join us? After the 9 people entered Glacier Valley, Tong Jin, the clan leader of the Tong clan, glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan, or before he said to the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect. Before the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect could reply, Huan, or who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had already risen into the air. She looked at the 9 people from the Tong clan and said coldly, How dare all of you ignore Brother Lingtian's words? As soon as Huan finished speaking, her powerful mental energy swept out again, stunning the 9 people from the Tong clan. When she reappeared, she was already standing in front of the 4 people from the Tong clan. The Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring appeared in her hand before she threw it at the 4 people from the Tong clan. Spurt, spurt, spurt. In the blink of an eye, the Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring had already streaked across the bodies of the 4 people from the Tong clan, instantly killing them. When the 4th person was killed, the 2 men from the Situ clan and the 3 men from the Thousand Search Celestial Sect finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically as they hastily retreated. Then they spread out and looked at Huan from afar as though they were facing a formidable enemy. At that very moment, their eyes were filled with intense fear. It was too terrifying. The peerless beauty in front of him was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the 4 celestial lords of the Tong clan were all killed. After all, if the 4 people of the Tong clan were to join forces, even if the 5 of them were to join forces, they would still need to spend at least 15 minutes to be able to take them down. Yet the woman before them had killed them in an instant. If her target was us, we would be dead by now. The 5 of them looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. This Chai Xiong-yi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Lian Qinghe and Hao Wang, stared the white figure with their mouths agape. Although they knew the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's revered Elder Huan was strong, they did not expect her to be so strong. However, they did not expect her to be so strong. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 celestial lords from the Tong clan were killed. They did not even have a chance to retaliate. Brother Lingtian, Huan called out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she collected the spatial rings left behind by the 4 celestial lords from the Tong clan. Then she returned to Duan Lingtian's side and obediently handed the spatial rings to Duan Lingtian. The 5 of you, did you follow the people from the Tong clan here to spar? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly as he looked at the 2 men from the Situ clan and the 3 men from the Thousand Search celestial sect after he collected their spatial rings. Spar? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the corners of the 5 celestial lords' mouths twitched in unison. How were they supposed to spar? The 4 celestial lords from the Tong clan were not much weaker than them, and yet they were killed in just a blink of an eye. I'm Situ Yin, and this is my second brother, Situ Feng. We have no objections to your decision. Moreover, since the 4 celestial lords from the Tong clan have died, the Tong clan won't be able to return here in the future. In the future, the Snow Horizon celestial sect can stay here for 6 months, while the Situ clan and the Thousand Search celestial sect can stay here for 3 months each. What do you think? One of the men from the Situ clan looked at Duan Ling Tian warily as he asked for Duan Ling Tian's opinion. The Thousand Search celestial sect has the same opinion as the Situ clan. The 3 men from the Thousand Search celestial sect hurriedly expressed their opinions as well. It was as though they were afraid they would follow in the footsteps of the 4 celestial lords from the Tong clan if they were too slow. You're quite tactful. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Since you're so tactful, I won't make things difficult for you. We'll do as you say after 60 years. However, for the next 60 years, this place will belong to the Snow Horizon celestial sect. The Situ clan and the Thousand Search celestial sect won't be allowed to enter this place. Can you do that? Duan Ling Tian asked. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the expressions of the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search celestial sect changed drastically. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be so domineering as to occupy this place for 60 years. However, they still agreed to it in the end. They could afford to wait for 60 years. Moreover, they had taken advantage of the Snow Horizon celestial sect in the past. Even if they returned the favor, it would not be just 60 years. Even after the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search celestial sect left in a fluster, the 3 men from the Snow Horizon celestial sect were still in a daze. Thank you, revered elders. When the 3 men from the Snow Horizon celestial sect regained their senses, they bowed and thanked Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian. We'll be cultivating here for a period of time. You don't have to worry about us. Feel free to come here at any time. We don't care about the heaven and earth spirit energy and our comprehension of the law of ice. Duan Ling Tian said to the 3 men from the Snow Horizon celestial sect. In the following days, he would have to stay here and pay attention to Huang, or his condition to avoid any accidents. Thank you, revered elder. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the eyes of the 3 men from the Snow Horizon celestial sect brightened. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their eyes were filled with gratitude. If you really want to thank me, please inform me immediately if you receive any news about the appearance of celestial pills or celestial fruits that can help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. Duan Ling Tian said, Rest assured, revered elder. I'll immediately send a message to Elder Chiu, who's in charge of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sex Intelligence Network. I'll ask him to keep an eye on this matter. I'll inform you immediately, Chai Xiongyi said confidently. Revered elder, I have 2 celestial fruits that can help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. Please take them. I have one as well. Lian Qinghe and Hao Wang took out the celestial fruits they had kept for many years from their spatial rings and gave them to Duan Ling Tian. Although they were ordinary celestial fruits, they were still useful to Duan Ling Tian since they could raise his cultivation base to a certain extent. Thank you. After that, Duan Ling Tian and Huan are stayed in Glacier Valley for a period of time. Duan Ling Tian had specially built an exquisite wooden hut for Huan. Apart from that, he also had a courtyard planted with flowers and trees that were resistant to the cold. It was just like the courtyard where they lived in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. During this time, The three celestial lords from the Snow Horizon celestial sect did not hesitate to help Duan Ling Tian. All of them were eager to help Duan Ling Tian. After witnessing how Huan killed the 4 people from the Tong clan, they treated Duan Ling Tian and Huan like gods. Not only did they not dare to neglect them, but they were also afraid that they would leave the Snow Horizon celestial sect in a fit of anger if they had wronged them. They wished that Huan and Huan would stay in the Snow Horizon celestial sect forever. However, they knew it was impossible for them to do that. 60 years. Revered Elder Ling Tian, let's just say 60 years. I have a feeling he'll still leave after 60 years. Lien Qinghe and Hao Wang whispered to each other. Even so, the Situ clan and the Thousand Search celestial sect won't dare to go back on their word. Unless they're certain revered Elder Ling Tian and revered Elder Huan I will never return. They'll have no choice but to tuck their tails between their legs in front of the Snow Horizon celestial sect. Hao Wang said. Spring passed and autumn came. However, the change of seasons did not affect the northern ice plains at all. The northern ice plains was cold all year round and snow covered the land. Huangao. 10 years later, in front of Duan Ling Tian and Huan in a wooden hut, a beautiful woman dressed in a rainbow-colored robe appeared in front of them. At first, it was just a shadow, but it gradually became more and more corporeal. It was none other than Huang, the sword soul of the 7 orifices, exquisite sword. Thank you for giving me a second chance at life, Master. Huang knelt in front of Duan Ling Tian. Whether it was on the surface or in her heart, she was extremely respectful toward him. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel that Huang was different from the past. In the past, although Huang had agreed to become the sword soul of his 7 orifices exquisite sword, she had her own past and was still immersed in that memory. She was more perfunctory to him. However, the current Huang seemed to have truly become the sword soul of the divine weapon in his hand. She was completely obedient to him, and she was no longer obsessed with her past. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, what's going on? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. It's simple, the Chaos Divine Flame said. The 7 orifices exquisite sword has long acknowledged you as its master. Although this girl used to be the sword soul of another divine weapon, her thoughts are more influenced by the 7 orifices exquisite sword's loyalty to you now that she's completely merged with it. Even if you ask her to kill that brat Ling Juyun, she won't hesitate at all. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Is it possible that she no longer has her past memories? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Her past memories haven't disappeared. They've just faded away. She doesn't care about them anymore. What she cares about the most now is being loyal to you and obeying your orders. In her life, your will is the only thing that keeps her alive. Chapter 32:17. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately understood. Although the current Huang was still the Huang of the past, her will was also influenced by the 7 orifices exquisite sword due to the fact that she had completely merged with it. Everything she did was to follow its master. To test Huang, Duan Ling Tian deliberately asked, what if I go back on my word and refuse to avenge Ling Juyun's clan when I'm strong enough? What will you do? If you're unwilling, master, I won't force you. Huang replied without hesitation. Huang responded without any hesitation. From beginning to end, whether it was on her face or in the depths of her eyes, there was not even a trace of dissatisfaction. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was certain. Huang would only listen to him regardless of whether he went back on his word or not. I was just kidding. Don't worry. I'll definitely fulfill my promise to you. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Alas, Huang did not respond even when he tried to salvage the situation. It was as though she would support Duan Lingtian unconditionally no matter what he did. It seems like she's completely loyal to me now, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but worry about Huang Er's independent will in the past. What if she was still loyal to Ling Jueyun and Ling Jueyun's clan after becoming the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword? Moreover, if he were to oppose Ling Jueyun one day, it would be impossible for her to help him deal with Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian was very pleased with Huang Er's change. After all, no one would want to have a ticking time bomb by their side. Brother Ling Tian, she's... Huan looked at Huang. A hint of wariness could be seen in her eyes when she saw another woman standing next to her brother Ling Tian. Although this woman was inferior to her in all aspects, there were some things that she did not have. Huan, this is the soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword that I mentioned to you before, Huang Er. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, now she has completely merged with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword and can show her real body. So, she's the sword spirit of big brother Ling Tian's Seven Orifices exquisite sword? Huan was enlightened. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to this place. Duan Lingtian explained the whole story to Huan Er. Over the past 10 years, Huang Er successfully merged with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword with the help of the extremely cold object beneath the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian thought. Huang Er, who'd been kneeling in front of Duan Lingtian, transformed into a beam of rainbow light and entered his body. Huang Er, what is that thing of extreme cold? Duan Lingtian asked Huang Er curiously. Master, it's the primordial ice marrow. Huang Er, who was already in Duan Lingtian's body, replied, after I merged with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword with the help of the primordial ice marrow. The primordial ice marrow was almost depleted. The primordial ice marrow in this valley will disappear in at most 100 years, Huang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on Huang Er's words, it was clear the valley would lose its original use and become an ordinary valley after 100 years. At that time, his cultivation speed would not be fast if he were to cultivate here. In addition, comprehending the laws of ice here would no longer give him any advantage. I didn't expect Huang to merge with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword and take away the Snow Horizon celestial sect's fortune. I hope I can compensate them for the next 50 years. If the Snow Horizon celestial sect had not brought him and Huang here, he would not have known about this place and would not have been able to merge with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword in such a short time. For this reason, he owed the Snow Horizon celestial sect a favor. Now that he knew the Snow Horizon celestial sect would lose such a good place because of Huang he could not help but feel guilty. How strong are you now? Duan Lingtian asked. Huang the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, was a divine weapon in the hands of an expert in the realms of gods. Even in her human form, she was still very powerful. My cultivation base is the same as Master's. My cultivation base is the same as Master's, Huang said. As for the laws I've comprehended, they're still there. However, with Master's current strength, you're unable to unleash the full power of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. That's why the laws I've comprehended are suppressed as well. However, I'm not any weaker than you, Master, Huang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. What law did you comprehend? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Weapon souls usually comprehend the law of destruction, Huang replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. The law of destruction. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. As far as he knew, the law of destruction was not related to the laws of the 5 elements, just like the law of light and the law of darkness. The law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of wind were closely related to the laws of the 5 elements. Moreover, it was said that the law of destruction, the law of light, and the law of darkness were below the four supreme laws. After that, there was the law of ice, the law of thunder, the law of wind, and the law of comprehension. Celestial methods and divine abilities can only be comprehended from the laws of the five elements. The law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of wind are closely related to the laws of the five elements. As for the law of destruction, the law of light, and the law of darkness, one needs a certain amount of luck to comprehend them. Duan Lingtian knew this as well. Master, if you use the 7 orifices exquisite sword more, you'll be able to comprehend the law of destruction that I've comprehended through the 7 orifices exquisite sword. For someone with a divine weapon, it's not difficult to comprehend the law of destruction. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian agreed with Huang Er's words. It was not difficult to comprehend any law of destruction, but it was extremely difficult to comprehend it to a high level. Although Duan Lingtian knew that he could comprehend the law of destruction through the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he did not plan to find a place to use the sword to comprehend the law of destruction. Even if he comprehended the law of destruction now, it would not be of much use to him, since his comprehension of the law of space had already reached a high level. However, it would be difficult for him to catch up with the law of space. If he could not catch up, there was no need for him to spend time comprehending the law of space. I have the supreme divinity, so I won't encounter any bottlenecks in comprehending the law of space. Before I comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, there's no need for me to waste time comprehending other laws. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Even the 5 divine elements, the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth reminded him of this. Although they could help Duan Lingtian comprehend the law of fire, the law of metal, and the law of earth faster, they knew that the supreme divinity would give Duan Lingtian an advantage that they could not compare to. Moreover, the stronger Duan Lingtian was, the better it would be for them. At that time, they would be able to devour the 5 divine elements with Duan Lingtian's help. At this moment, they would not be willing to leave even if Duan Lingtian chased them away. Lord, revered elder, 20 years after Huang had merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian was cultivating in Glacier Valley when he heard the voice outside. He immediately left his room and saw Chai Xiongyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, standing not far from his courtyard. Is something the matter, sect leader? Duan Lingtian asked. Reverend, I've found a clue about the matter you asked me to pay attention to. Recently, a place that seems to be a precious land of herbs has appeared 1,000,000 miles to the east of our northern ice field. Now, many people are rushing there. Many people are rushing there, Chai Xiongyi said. However, it's said that the people from the nearby Grade 5 forces have also gone there. It's very likely that they've sealed off the medicinal herb paradise and only allowed their own people to enter before the medicinal herb paradise appears. A medicinal herb paradise? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In the Devata realms, medicinal herb paradises were small realms that were hard to come by. They were filled with all kinds of celestial herbs and celestial fruits. Medicinal herb paradises were the benefits given by the Heavenly Emperor's forces to the people in the Devata realms. Only those who were fated would be able to witness the birth of a medicinal herb paradise. Only those who were fated would be able to enter the medicinal herb paradise to harvest celestial herbs and celestial fruits. There were no tests or dangers in the medicinal herb paradise. The only dangers were those who entered the medicinal herb paradise with the cultivator. For this reason, the medicinal herb paradises would usually be monopolized by the people from the major forces. Then the people from the major forces would peacefully harvest the celestial herbs and celestial fruits. Is it really a medicinal herb paradise? Duan Lingtian asked again. After all, medicinal herb paradises were extremely rare. Not everyone would be able to find one. In the past 30 years, although Chai Xiongyi had provided him with information about celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base through the Snow Horizon Celestial Sex Intelligence Network, he did not obtain many celestial fruits. After all, most of the time it was purely a matter of luck. For example, when he arrived, not only did someone obtain a celestial fruit, but they even ate it. There were a few times when this happened. There were other situations as well. In the end, Duan Lingtian was a little lazy and did not like to move. He was not interested in competing for celestial fruits. However, medicinal herb paradises were different. It's very likely. Chai Xiongyi said solemnly, however, if the medicinal herb paradises are monopolized by those grade 5 forces, it'll be difficult for you to enter, revered elder. You don't have to worry about that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Where's the medicinal herb paradises? After learning the location of the medicinal herb paradises, Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huan and the two of them made their way to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. It had been 30 years since they arrived at the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Huan Er's cultivation base had long since become a one basic celestial lord. Chapter 3218. In the Devata realms, apart from the mysterious Tidal Temple, the most powerful force was the Heavenly Emperor's faction. The Heavenly Emperor's faction was also known as the Heavenly Emperor Palace, and the Palace Master was the Heavenly Emperor of the Devata realm. As a Heavenly Emperor who ruled a Devata realm, it was only natural that he would take care of the people in the Devata realm. The medicinal herb paradise was one of the Heavenly Emperors. There were various grades of medicinal herb paradise. There were many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial emperors improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial lords improve their cultivation bases. In the first grade medicinal land, immortal fruits and immortal herbs that could raise the cultivation of immortal kings were like weeds all over the mountain. Naturally, the medicinal herb paradise was the rarest. Every 10,000 years, the heavenly emperors of Devata realms would distribute a medicinal herb paradise to the Devata realms under their control. Below the first grade medicinal herb lands were the second grade medicinal herb lands. There were many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial lords improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial dukes improve their cultivation bases. There were only 2 medicinal herb paradises that would appear once every 1,000 years. There were also 3 medicinal herb paradises that appeared once every 1,000 years. Third grade medicinal treasure grounds would appear once every 100 years. There were also immortal fruits and immortal herbs that could help immortal emperors improve their cultivation. However, there were very few of them, as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. There were only a few celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. There were many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial dukes improve their cultivation bases. However, there were more celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help overarching, heavenly supreme celestials improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs and celestial fruits that could help celestial dukes improve one's cultivation base. There's no way that medicinal herb paradise is a first-class medicinal herb paradise. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, first-class medicinal herb paradises only appear in the Jade Emperor territory. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. As for a second-grade medicinal herb paradise, that's possible. However, the possibility of a third-grade medicinal herb paradise is still the highest. On the way, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. It would be best if it was a second-grade medicinal land. On the other hand, if it was a third-grade medicinal land, although it was slightly inferior, there was still hope for him to obtain the immortal fruits he needed. As for immortal herbs, although there were some that could assist in cultivation, their effects were far inferior to immortal fruits. Immortal herbs were mostly used to concoct pills. However, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills had fallen behind. Moreover, the chaotic divine flame was only in its third form. Even if he wanted to refine pills, he wouldn't be able to refine the immortal pills that he needed. Therefore, he could only stare at the immortal fruit. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the place that Chai Xiongyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, had told them about. Greetings, Sir Consecrators. The elder from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, who met with Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, was an old man. He was extremely respectful toward Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. He did not even dare to look at Huan, afraid that he would blaspheme her. What's the situation now? Duan Lingtian asked. The auspicious signs from the mountain of herbs appeared this morning. It's a third-grade medicinal herb paradise, the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's elder said. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's elder said, a grade 3 medicinal herb paradise means a grade 5 force won't be able to seal it off. Once a grade 3 medicinal herb paradise appears, anyone within 10,000 miles of it will be able to enter the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise with just a thought. No matter how many people there are in a 5th grade force, it's impossible for them to seal off an area of 10,000 miles. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's elder explained to Duan Lingtian that the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise that appeared this time was only a 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise. The auspicious signs appeared this morning. This means the medicinal herb paradise will appear in 3 days. Duan Lingtian had learned about the medicinal herb paradise through the memory celestial talisman. Therefore, he knew the medicinal herb paradise would appear 3 days after the auspicious signs appeared. It was not only the case for 3rd grade medicinal herb paradises, but it was the same for 2nd grade and 1st grade medicinal herb paradises as well. Sir Consecrators, I've arranged a place for both of you to stay for the next 3 days. Come with me. Under the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's elders' arrangement, Duan Lingtian and Huan are stayed within 10,000 miles of the medicinal herb paradise. At that time, they did not even need to leave their lodgings. All they had to do was extend their divine consciousness and come into contact with the light from the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise. The light from the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise would cover an area of 10,000 miles. Anyone who came into contact with the light would be transported to the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise. If it was a 2nd grade medicinal herb paradise, the light from the 2nd grade medicinal herb paradise would only cover an area of 100 miles. It was not difficult for other forces to monopolize the 2nd grade medicinal herb paradise. On the other hand, the light from the 1st grade medicinal herb paradise would only cover an area of 1 mile. Brother Ling Tian, there's still 30 years left. I'm sure you'll be able to break through and become a celestial lord. Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of the window and looking at the location of the Medicine Mountain's treasure vault, was waiting for them to settle down in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's residence. Huan, I know my own situation. I only became a 10 Directions Celestial King 20 years ago. My cultivation has been progressing at a snail's pace. Unless I have a fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for me to become a celestial lord in 30 years, Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face. Perhaps the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise is an opportunity for you, Brother Lingtian, Huaner said solemnly. Duan Lingtian nodded. I hope so. However, I won't force it. After 30 years, Duan Lingtian no longer cared about whether he would be able to enter the genius secret realm or not. He just wanted to leave it to fate. There were only 30 years left before the genius secret realm would open. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Duan Lingtian cultivated while Huan comprehended the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. Brother Ling Tian, is that the light from the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise? Without any warning, golden rays of light appeared outside the window. However, as soon as they appeared, they began to fade. Huan, use your divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian called out to Huan, With just a thought, he extended his divine consciousness and probed the fading golden rays of light. As soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the golden rays of light, his vision darkened. When he reappeared, he was already in a world of lush greenery. So many celestial herbs. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian discovered 10% of the greenery was filled with celestial herbs. When he looked around, he discovered there was no one around. As for Huan, she was not by his side. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Although Huan was holding his hand before he entered the secret realm, they would still be separated when they entered the third-grade medicinal herb paradise. Nevertheless, this was not a bad thing. Both of them could collect the celestial herbs and celestial fruits on their own. Duan Lingtian had already told Huan about this. Duan Lingtian was not worried about Huan's safety. The strongest person in the secret realm was a celestial lord from a grade 5 force. It was impossible for a grade 5 force to have a titled celestial lord. As long as they were not titled celestial lords, they would not be a threat to Huan. Not only had Huan become a one basic celestial lord, but her comprehension of the law of space had also reached a high level. Let alone ordinary celestial lords, not many titled celestial lords could compare to Huan in terms of comprehension of the law of space. Are those flowing element celestial fruits? After searching through the celestial herbs in the secret realm, Duan Lingtian saw a group of people frantically searching for celestial herbs. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw 3 glowing celestial fruits on a small tree not far away. With just a glance, he could tell they were flowing element celestial fruits. These celestial fruits could help a celestial king cultivate. He was eager to obtain them. Their flowing element celestial fruits. Flowing element celestial fruits. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered the flowing element celestial fruits. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw the flowing element celestial fruits. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to the flowing element celestial fruits. He extended his hand and plucked the flowing element celestial fruits. It's the teleportation profundity. He has comprehended the law of space. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian plucking the flowing element celestial fruits in just a blink of an eye, the group of people who had yet to make a move looked at Duan Lingtian warily. Brother, don't you think it's a little unfair for you to take all 3 flowing element celestial fruits? A bald man stepped forward and asked Duan Lingtian with narrowed eyes. What? Are you dissatisfied? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the bald man. I'm afraid I'm not the only one who's dissatisfied. Everyone here is dissatisfied as well. The bald man said matter-of-factly, If that's the case, why don't you take a move from me? If you can take a move from me, I'll give you a flowing element celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the bald man, Are you serious? The bald man's eyes lit up. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had revealed his celestial origin energy when he teleported. Many people in the surroundings could tell he was a 10 Directions celestial king. The bald man was one of the people who had seen through Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. Most importantly, he was also a 10 Directions celestial king. Swoosh! As soon as the bald man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian teleported in front of him. As soon as the bald man's celestial origin energy surged and he cast his profundities, Duan Lingtian waved his hand. Buzz! A gray light blade swept past and annihilated all of the bald man's hastily launched means and killed him. The entire place fell silent immediately. You're considered strong among the 10 Directions celestial kings. However, hand over the 3 flowing element celestial fruits now. A figure stepped out of the air and looked at Duan Ling Tian indifferently as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. It's Elder Sun Yu from the 5th grade Ganges profound sect. Elder Sun Yu is a celestial lord. Chapter 3219. The person who stepped forward to demand Duan Ling Tian to hand over the celestial fruit was a middle-aged man dressed in a long silver robe. His face was as fair as jade, and there was a conspicuous cinnabar mole on his forehead. A one basic celestial lord. Duan Ling Tian could tell the middle-aged man was a one basic celestial lord based on the celestial origin energy he emitted. If you want my celestial fruit, we'll have to see if you're strong enough to take it away from me. Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile on his face. From the beginning until the end, he did not take this celestial lord seriously at all. Duan Ling Tian's words stunned the onlookers. This 10 Direction celestial king dares to speak to Elder Sun Yu in such a manner. Elder Sun Yu is not only an elder of the Ganges profound sect, but he's also a one basic celestial lord. Is this brat crazy? I'm afraid this brat is in trouble. At this moment, a hint of pity could be seen in the eyes of the onlookers as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. They felt Duan Ling Tian was seeking death. Brat, since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Sun Yu's eyes flashed coldly as he made his move. He did not even take out his celestial weapon. In his opinion, a 10 Direction celestial king was not worthy of his celestial weapon. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Sun Yu had comprehended the law of wind. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a gust of wind that blew toward Duan Ling Tian. Just as he was about to attack Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian suddenly vanished from his spot. Teleportation? Sun Yu sneered. So what if you've comprehended the law of space? My speed can keep up with your teleportation speed. Is that so? Duan Ling Tian, who had teleported 100 meters behind Sun Yu, could not help but laugh. I'll give you a chance then. Let's see how you're going to catch up to me. A moment later, the two of them started to chase after each other under the watchful eyes of the crowd. However, as time passed, Sun Yu was still unable to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. This caused his expression to become increasingly unsightly. You're really slow. You're a disgrace to a one basic celestial lord who has comprehended the law of wind. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Sun Yu and said, If that's the case, I won't play with you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian teleported behind Sun Yu under everyone's watchful eyes. When Sun Yu's celestial origin energy that was infused with the wind elemental energy and contained the profundities of the law erupted from his body, Duan Ling Tian thrust his palm forward, causing golden flames to fill the sky. Within the golden flames, there were 3 gray blades that had suddenly emerged from the spatial rift. Puchi! 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 The 3-dimensional slashes instantly pierced through Sun Yu's energy barrier and entered his body, killing him instantly. A one basic celestial lord had died, just like that. You've only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage. How dare you cause trouble with such little strength? After killing Sun Yu, Duan Ling Tian left after leaving these words behind. The crowd only regained their senses after Duan Ling Tian had left. Elder Sun Yu was killed by him? Heavens! A 10 Direction celestial king like him actually killed Elder Sun Yu, a one basic celestial lord? Elder Sun, you didn't even have time to use his defensive celestial weapon at the critical moment. His speed is a little too fast, right? The law of space he's comprehended is terrifying. Based on his earlier attack, I can see he has comprehended at least 4 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Apart from that, the golden flames in his attack are also terrifying. I wonder what technique he used. Although Elder Sun Yu didn't use his offensive celestial weapon, he didn't use his offensive celestial weapon as well. After all, Elder Sun Yu is no match for him. I wonder where he became a 10 Directions celestial king from. I've never heard of such a powerful 10 Directions celestial king in the vicinity. While everyone was still in shock and in the midst of their discussions, Duan Lingtian went elsewhere to search for immortal herbs and immortal fruits, although the immortal herb was not very useful to him now. However, these immortal herbs were all extremely valuable items outside. Moreover, they were priceless. Thus, he decided to keep them for now as a precaution. Who knew if he would be able to help the primal chaos divine flame reach a higher form in the future? At that time, he would be able to pick up the path of alchemy again. The Red River immortal fruit has appeared over there. Go. Let's go and take a look. I heard that the Palm Fire Zen sect and the Ganges Profound sect have 2 celestial lords there. They're currently confronting each other. After all, there's only one Red River celestial fruit. Since the immortal emperors of the Palm Fire Zen sect and the Ganges Profound sect are here, it's obviously impossible for us to participate. 10 figures flitted past Duan Lingtian, and their words successfully attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The Red River celestial fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard about the Red River celestial fruit. It was a celestial fruit that could raise the cultivation base of a celestial lord. Moreover, it was one of the most effective celestial fruits. With her current cultivation base, she'll definitely be able to break through and become a 2-form celestial lord in a short time if she obtains the Red River celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian caught up to the group of people in just a blink of an eye. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw 50 to 60 people surrounding 2 old men in a ravine with clear hills and clear waters. The 2 old men were standing opposite each other, staring daggers at each other. Beside them, on one side of the cliff of the canyon, there was a withered tree. On the tree, there was a crimson celestial fruit. The celestial fruit was surrounded by wisps of red mist. As the red mist moved, it looked like a flowing river. This was how the Red River celestial fruit got its name. Old Man Wong, I found this celestial fruit first. If you continue to fight, we'll miss out on more celestial fruits. One of the green-clad old men said to the blue-clad old man in a deep voice, Since you've said so, give me the celestial fruit. The blue-clad old man said with a smile, It seems like you insist on fighting me. The green-clad old man asked coldly, That's good as well. Let's see if you've improved recently. If you're able to defeat me, I'll let you have the celestial fruit. The blue-clad old man said with a smile, Humph. The green-clad old man could no longer hold himself back. He made his move at lightning speed and charged toward the blue-clad old man. At the same time, the blue-clad old man made his move as well. One of them had comprehended the law of water, while the other had comprehended the law of fire. As soon as they began to fight, the idiom, fire and water are incompatible, was brought to life. The onlookers shifted their attention to the 2 old men who were fighting. I wonder if Elder Wong from the Palm Fire Zen sect or Elder Chin from the Ganges Profound sect is stronger. Rumor has it that they're old rivals. In the past, their fights usually ended in a draw. Old rivals? No wonder they're fighting as soon as they meet. The onlookers discussed among themselves. However, no one dared to pick the Red River celestial fruit, since they did not want to die. In their opinion, picking the Red River celestial fruit under the watchful eyes of 2 celestial lords was tantamount to suicide. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he saw the 2 old men fighting. With just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to the Red River celestial fruit. With a wave of his hand, he collected the Red River celestial fruit. When he put away the Red River immortal fruit, not only did the people who were watching the fight between the 2 old men focus their attention on him, but even the 2 old men stopped in their tracks and looked at him. Brat, you're seeking death. How dare you steal my celestial fruit? You're courting death. The two old men made their moves almost at the same time. The two energies of water and fire seemed to have transformed into a water dragon and a fire dragon as they charged towards Duan Ling Tian in a menacing manner. They only dared to make a move when they saw Duan Ling Tian keeping the Red River celestial fruit in his spatial ring. Otherwise, they would not have dared to make a move since they were worried they would destroy the Red River celestial fruit. Boom! 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 However, as soon as the two streams of water and fire energy collided with Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air. The two streams of water and fire energy missed their targets, creating a huge crater on one side of the cliff. It's the law of space's teleportation profundity. His teleportation profundity isn't even at the rudimentary stage. He has only comprehended the initial stage, teleportation profundity. Where did that purple-clad young man come from? I haven't heard of any 10 directions celestial kings who are skilled in the law of space who have comprehended the initial stage, teleportation profundity. Duan Ling Tian vanished from everyone's sight with just one teleportation profundity. With the second teleportation profundity, he successfully evaded the two old men's divine consciousness. A 2-form celestial lord and a 3-talents celestial lord. I'm sure they didn't expect someone as bold as me to steal the Red River celestial fruit right under their noses, right? After using the teleportation profundity thrice, Duan Ling Tian finally stopped fleeing. He knew the two old men's divine consciousness could no longer lock onto him. Meanwhile, the two old men who had lost their Red River celestial fruits to Duan Ling Tian were furious. Old Man Wang, if you didn't try to snatch the Red River celestial fruit from me, he wouldn't have gotten it first. It's your fault for not letting me have the Red River celestial fruit. While the two old men were arguing, they began to fight again. The onlookers were speechless. However, the group of people quickly dispersed. Now, the Red River celestial fruits were also gone. Though the battle between the two celestial emperors was worth watching, compared to plucking the various celestial herbs and celestial fruits in this precious medicinal mountain, they were more inclined towards the latter. The 3rd-grade medicinal herb paradise was huge. Although many people had entered the medicinal herb paradise and some time had passed, there were still many places that no one had entered. Due to the presence of illusory formations in some places, many people were unaware of them. There were no offensive formations in the medicinal herb paradise, formation spirits, celestial beasts, or guards to protect the celestial herbs and celestial fruits. The illusory formations were there to protect those who entered the medicinal herb paradise. Chapter 32:20. Huan, where are you? Duan Ling Tian had been in the medicinal herb paradise for quite some time now, and he had been to many places along the way. At this moment, he sent a message asking for Huan Er's location. Huan Er quickly replied, "Brother Ling Tian, I'm at a place with 2 hills. There's a small stream near one of the hills. All the celestial herbs here have been taken away. Have you been here before?" Huan told Duan Ling Tian her current location. "I think I have an impression of this place. I'll go and have a look." Duan Ling Tian teleported to a place that was similar to the place Huan had told him about. "Brother Ling Tian, Huan was indeed here, and the two of them successfully reunited. Huan I've obtained a Red River celestial fruit. I'll give it to you once we're out of here. With your current cultivation base, you'll be able to break through and become a 2 forms celestial lord in no time," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile on his face. It was as though he was happier to obtain a celestial fruit that Huan could use. "Brother Ling Tian, I've also obtained more than a dozen celestial fruits that celestial kings can use to improve their cultivation bases." Huan smiled. "More than a dozen?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He had only obtained a few celestial fruits in total, but Huan had obtained more than a dozen celestial fruits in such a short time. Huan where did you obtain so many celestial fruits? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I snatched a few from others. As for the other celestial fruits, I found them in places that were shrouded by illusory formations. Those people didn't notice them at all. Duan Lingtian nodded. Illusory formations. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian finally understood. Illusory formations were nothing to Huan, Brother Lingtian. Most of the celestial fruits in places without illusory formations have been taken by others. Why don't we look for places that are shrouded by illusory formations? Huan said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Huan began to wander around the third-grade medicinal herb paradise. They discovered a few places that were shrouded in illusory formations. One of them had already been looted. According to Huan, these illusory formations were more advanced than the others. However, no matter how powerful the illusory formation was, it was as though it did not exist in her eyes. With Huan, leading the way, Duan Lingtian swept through all the immortal herbs and immortal fruits along the way. I really didn't expect that the places I've been to would be so different. Duan Lingtian had passed by 2 places covered by the illusion array before. But at that time, Duan Lingtian did not find any clues. It was only when Huan brought him into the illusory formation that he realized there was another world in this place. There are still 3 hours before the third-grade herb mountain closes. As soon as Duan Lingtian collected a celestial fruit, a loud and majestic voice rang in his ears. He felt an urge to kneel and worship the voice. This voice, could it be the voice of the Jade Emperor, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? The Jade Emperor from the ancient legends on Earth? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His eyes shone brightly. The Jade Emperor was a mythical figure that he had heard about since he was young in his previous life. When Duan Lingtian realized this voice might be related to the Jade Emperor, he could not help but feel excited. After all, he was born and raised on Earth in his previous life. His memories in this life were from his previous life as well. Brother Lingtian, there are only 3 hours left. Let's continue to wander around and see if there are any places that are shrouded in illusory formations. Huan said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian and Huan continued to wander around the herb mountain. An hour later, they finally found another place shrouded in illusory formations. After looting the celestial herbs and celestial fruits, they left. So far, I've collected more than 20 celestial fruits. Including the celestial fruits I have almost 50 celestial fruits. After leaving the area shrouded in illusory formations, Duan Lingtian made some calculations in his heart. I wonder if I'll be able to collect more than 50 celestial fruits in the next 2 hours? Fortunately, no one knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, they would have attacked him. For the others, it was already considered good if they could obtain a few celestial fruits. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was counting on obtaining more than 50 celestial fruits. Brett, it's you! A thunderous voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as soon as he stepped out of the illusory formations. When he turned around, he saw Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. He was the one who had fought with the Ganges Profound Sect's celestial lord for the Red River celestial fruit. However, Duan Lingtian had beaten him to it. Elder Wang was a 3 talents celestial king. Although he could not defeat the Ganges Profound Sect's 2 forms celestial king, that was only because water countered fire. After all, he had comprehended the law of fire while his opponent had comprehended the law of water. At this moment, there was another old man standing next to Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. Elder Wang, do you know him? The old man asked. Elder Lu. He's the brat I mentioned to you earlier. When I was fighting with Old Man Chin from the Ganges Profound Sect for the Red River celestial fruit, he used his teleportation profundity, which was at the initial stage of the law of space, to snatch our Red River celestial fruit. Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect said in a deep voice. Based on how he addressed the old man, it was clear the old man was also an elder from the Palm Fire Zen sect. It's him. Elder Lu's eyes lit up when he heard Elder Wang's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was a hunter who had spotted his prey. Elder Wang, is it? Did the two of you gain anything during this time? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Even if Huaner was not with him, he would not be afraid of Elder Wang. The Palm Fire Zen sect was only a 5th-grade sect. They did not have any titled celestial lords. Naturally, the elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect who entered the medicinal herb paradise were not the strongest in the sect. Even if Duan Lingtian was only a 10-direction celestial king, he was not afraid of them. In fact, he was confident he could kill one of them in a breath and 2 in 2 breaths if he took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Now that the 7 orifices exquisite sword had a sword soul, the power it could unleash was above all Emperor-grade celestial weapons, even though it was still limited by his cultivation base. Even an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an acquired weapon soul would not be as powerful as the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Moreover, Huang could help him in the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although Huang had not regained her comprehension of the law of destruction due to Duan Lingtian's low cultivation base, she could not unleash the full power of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, Huang his strength was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's at all. Duan Lingtian had sparred with Huang 10 years ago. The battle ended in a draw. After all, Duan Lingtian had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. What? Don't tell me you're thinking of taking advantage of us? Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect laughed. You're just a 10 directions celestial king. Don't you think you're being too greedy? Brat, you better hand over the Red River celestial fruit. Otherwise, even if you can avoid me, the Palm Fire Zen sect won't let you off the hook. Elder Wang said threateningly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Avoid me? Duan Lingtian smiled. When did I say I'm going to avoid you? If you're not going to avoid us, are you going to fight us? Elder Wang said with a disdainful smile. Huan will take 1 each. Just ask them to hand over the Red River celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian said to Huan, under the scornful gazes of the 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect, Duan Lingtian and Huan made their moves. As soon as they made their moves, they swiftly suppressed the 2 elders from the sect. Even after the elders took out their royal-grade celestial weapons, they were still overwhelmed by Duan Lingtian and Huan. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian and Huan did not take out their royal-grade celestial weapons. If you don't want to die, hand over your loot. This person next to me can hypnotize you with an illusory technique, so don't take any chances. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. The 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect had a look of despair on their faces. After witnessing Duan Lingtian and Huan strength, even without Duan Lingtian's warning, they did not dare to take any chances. After all, with Duan Lingtian and Huan strength, they would have died a long time ago if they wanted to kill them. These are the celestial fruits I obtained after entering this place. I only obtained these celestial fruits. The 2 elders of the Palm Fire Zen sect were reluctant to part with the treasures they had obtained from this trip to the Mountain of Herbs. At this moment, they could only feel relieved that Duan Lingtian did not take their celestial herbs. However, Duan Lingtian's next words made them despair. And the celestial herbs you obtained this time, Duan Lingtian and Huan, were about to leave after collecting the celestial herbs from the Palm Fire Zen sect. Elders, it's him. He's the one who killed Elder Sun Yu. A loud voice rang from afar, attracting the attention of Duan Lingtian, Huan, and the 2 elders from the Palm Fire celestial sect. There were 4 people in total, 1 middle-aged man and 3 old men. Duan Lingtian was familiar with one of the old men. It was Elder Chin from the Ganges Profound sect, who had competed with Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect for the Red River celestial fruits. "It's you." At the same time, Elder Chin from the Ganges Profound sect also recognized Duan Lingtian and the 2 people from the Palm Fire Zen sect. "Wang Yi Lu Tong. The Ganges Profound sect will take the Red River celestial fruits from this brat." Elder Chin looked vigilantly at the 2 elders of the Palm Fire Zen sect and said in a deep voice. He was very confident. After all, he had the advantage in numbers. "You," Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect wanted to say something, but was stopped by Elder Wang through voice transmission. "Don't remind him. We can't be the only ones at a disadvantage, right?" Chapter 32:21. As soon as Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect finished speaking, he stood aside and watched the show as if he would not interfere. Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect also stood at the side with Elder Wang after the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "Brat, did you kill Elder Sun Yu from the Ganges Profound sect?" Elder Chin from the Ganges Profound sect asked in a deep voice as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. "Why did you kill Elder Sun Yu from the Ganges Profound sect?" At this moment, the other 3 people from the Ganges Profound sect were also looking at Duan Lingtian with a cold expression on their faces. "He attacked me after I obtained the celestial fruit. Should I wait for him to kill me instead?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he glanced at the 3 people from the Ganges Profound sect. "Brat, how dare you kill an elder from the Ganges Profound sect? You'll die here today." The middle-aged man from the Ganges Mysterious sect coldly spoke. An icy murderous intent promptly surfaced in his eyes. The other 3 old men from the Ganges Profound sect, including Elder Chin, looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as though they were waiting to devour him. "What, all of you want to kill me?" A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at the 4 people from the Tao Scholar Profound sect meaningfully. "All of you better think twice. Brat, you'll definitely die today for killing an elder from the Ganges Profound sect." The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Seeing that the situation was on the verge of breaking out, Elder Lu of the Palm Fire Zen sect couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Elder Wang. "Elder Wang, should we remind them? Based on the situation, I'm afraid these 2 young men won't show mercy to the 4 people from the Ganges Profound sect like they did to us." "Elder Lu, you're an elder from the Palm Fire Zen sect. What does the life and death of the people from the Ganges Profound sect have to do with you?" Elder Wang replied non-committally through voice transmission. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people from the Ganges Profound sect attacked Duan Lingtian at the same time. This was because they had learned from Elder Chin that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the profundity of teleportation to the initial stage of the law of space. In order to prevent Duan Lingtian from escaping, they wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before he could teleport away. Seeing this, Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect gloated. The result was just as he expected. The 4 people from the Ganges Profound sect were completely annihilated. Not a single one survived. However, what surprised him was that the purple-clothed young man had not made a move from the beginning to the end. The one who had made a move was the breathtakingly beautiful, white-clothed woman beside him. Moreover, it only took her less than a breath to kill the 4 celestial lords from the Ganges Profound sect. "Is that a soul attack?" Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect had a grim expression on his face when he recalled how the 4 celestial lords froze in place before the white-clothed young woman killed them. Even Elder Lu of the Palm Fire Zen sect, who was standing next to him, had a fearful expression on his face as he thought to himself, "Fortunately, She didn't use that technique on me earlier. Otherwise, I would have died. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian fought with Huan, he was the one who fought with Huan, At this moment, he realized Huan, had been concealing her true strength when she fought with him earlier. After collecting the spatial rings and celestial weapons from the 4 people from the Ganges profound sect, Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Wang meaningfully and said, "Are you using us as cannon fodder?" Earlier, Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect did not tell the 4 people from the Ganges profound sect about their strength. It was clear he did not want to warn the 4 people from the Ganges profound sect about their strength. "My lord, I didn't mean that. I just think we've suffered a loss, and it's only right for them to suffer a loss and hand over the celestial herbs and celestial fruits to you." Elder Wang's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He hurriedly explained, "After all, if they didn't make a move with your character, you wouldn't have taken their celestial fruits and celestial herbs from them. So you're saying you're doing this for my sake?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Of course. Elder Wang had a righteous look on his face, as if he was very serious. Even Elder Lu couldn't bear to continue watching. "Huan, let's go." Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huan, before he left. He no longer bothered to tease Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. He did not have much time left. He had to cherish the remaining time and see if he could find another place that was shrouded by an illusory formation. The 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan had left. A 10 Directions Celestial King and a 1 Basic Celestial Lord are so powerful. I feel like I've lived my life in vain. Elder Wang smiled bitterly. You're not the only one. It's truly a blow to our confidence. Elder Lu smiled bitterly as well. Duan Lingtian and Huan had gained a lot from their trip to the medicinal herb paradise. This made Duan Lingtian even more confident that he would be able to break through and become a celestial lord in the next 30 years. In the next 30 years, they returned to the Snow Horizon celestial sect. However, they did not return to the Glacier Valley. This was because, compared to the large pile of immortal fruits he had obtained, the little bit of cultivation assistance in the Glacier Valley was negligible. Moreover, Huan preferred to stay in the Snow Horizon celestial sect's estate instead of the Glacier Valley. Spring went and autumn came, and time passed quietly. 20 years later, Huan had successfully broken through and become a 3 talents celestial lord. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had yet to become a 1 basic celestial lord. Even his comprehension of the law of space had not improved. Of the 9 profundities of the law of space, apart from the basic profundity, space elemental profundity, I have comprehended the other 8 profundities to the initial stage. However, I feel like there's a limit to comprehending the profundities to the mastery stage. Most of the time, I feel like I'm close to comprehending the profundities to the mastery stage, but I just can't. Duan Lingtian was already vexed by the lack of a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian was even more vexed by the lack of a breakthrough in his comprehension of the law of space. After learning about Duan Lingtian's troubles, the chaos divine flame in his body said, "It's impossible for those below the celestial lord realm to comprehend the profundities to the mastery stage. If you want to comprehend the profundities to the mastery stage, you'll have to become a celestial lord at the very least." Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian felt even more vexed. There are only 10 years left before the genius secret realm opens. I can only hope that I'll be able to make a breakthrough in these 10 years. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was close to that of a 1 basic celestial lord. However, he had yet to make a breakthrough. His current situation was similar to Huan Er's when he left the spirit overarching heaven. Fortunately, Huan Er's situation had been resolved with time. Do I have to wait until the time is right before I can make a breakthrough? Duan Lingtian smiled dryly. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to leave the spirit overarching heaven and search for opportunities to make a breakthrough in these 10 years. For a time, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the Snow Horizon celestial sect and traveled around the world. However, as the years passed, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base remained stagnant. Next year, the genius secret realm in the Nando territory that only opens once every 1,000 years will open. I still have 1 year left. Duan Lingtian felt a great deal of pressure. Whether he was fated to enter the genius secret realm or not would depend on whether he could make a breakthrough and become a celestial lord in the next year. The opening of the genius secret realm was a grand occasion in the Nando territory. All the young prodigies in the Nando territory would participate in the genius secret realm. Now that there was only a year left before the genius secret realm opened, the Nando territory was already bustling with activity. It has been a long time since a grassroots prodigy from a grade 1 force appeared in the genius secret realm. In the past 10,000 years, it has always been the young prodigies from the grade 1 forces. Although there are some outstanding young prodigies, none of them are as good as the grassroots prodigies from the grade 1 forces. Well, it's normal. Which young prodigy from the grade 1 forces didn't grow up with a silver spoon in their mouths? It's only natural that they're stronger than ordinary grassroots prodigies. Actually, every time the genius secret realm opens, there will always be grassroots geniuses being roped in by first-class forces. This is already considered pretty good. The genius secret realm is not only a stage for the young prodigies from the grade 1 forces to search for treasures, but it's also an opportunity for many grassroots prodigies to prove themselves. Outstanding grassroots prodigies will be invited by the grade 1 forces. However, in the past 10,000 years, only 2 grassroots prodigies have been invited by the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan. As for the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, it has been 10,000 years since they last invited a grassroots prodigy to join them. The ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were the 3 strongest grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. Rumor had it that there were no titled celestial emperors in the Nando territory due to their existence. Some people even suspected that there were titled celestial emperors in the 3 grade 1 forces. However, due to the fact that they kept each other in check, none of them could rule the Nando territory. For this reason, the Nando territory had no titled celestial emperors. Only celestial lords below the age of 1,000 could enter the genius secret realm. Those who could become celestial lords before the age of 1,000 were considered prodigies. Apart from the prodigies from the grade 1 forces, the prodigies from other forces and sectless cultivators were known as grassroots prodigies. The prodigies from the grade 1 forces entered the genius secret realm to search for treasures and fortuitous encounters. On the other hand, the prodigies from other forces and sectless cultivators entered the genius secret realm to search for treasures and enter the grade 1 forces. Naturally, most of them wanted to join the 3 strongest grade 1 forces in the Nando territory: the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Every time the genius secret realm opened, the 3 strongest grade 1 forces would recruit disciples. However, most of the disciples chose to join the 3 strongest grade 1 forces. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.